I feel like I look dead. Okay. Maybe I do my makeup real quick. Ugh. Good morning, Raiders. You can go live on TikTok as well. Okay. Hi guys. How's it going? About to do some makeup real quick. Oh my god, my voice. Oh. Sheesh. Hello everybody. Hello. Yo. I'm gonna do my makeup real quick, okay? My makeup should be today. Glasses. Yo, what up, Endless? How's it going? Hi, Sylvie. How's it going? Hi, Conquer. Hi, Chromax. I feel like there's like a tickle in my throat. Maybe too much lemonade. Today we're gonna play some Arc Raiders as per usual. I'm gonna try to get to almost 500,000 if we can. But first, I'm gonna do my makeup. So, hi guys, how's it going? God, I need a new lash curler. I need new makeup, honestly, guys. But hi guys, welcome back to the stream. Hope everyone's having a good day. Goop. Hi Waffles. It's time to game. Not to catfish to fame. I'm not a catfish. Who does this guy think he is talking to me like that? Blocked. Hello everybody. Catfish is crazy. Cause I'm a baddie with or without makeup. And you know what? Yeah, I'm just doing solos. That was so rude. That was so rude. Sometimes we just get like the most unhinged like viewers, I swear. Is Arc Raiders worth the money? I would say absolutely. I think gaming will really evolve once like FPS shooters start becoming, you need to pay for it, because I genuinely feel like free games have some of the worst communities. I mean, honestly, that's a lie though, because I feel like Call of Duty's like really bad and people buy the $60 DLC every single year. So I mean, I wouldn't even say it's like a money thing. I think it's just like the type of audience you're creating, the demographic you're hitting. I think that you definitely have more positive experiences. At least I feel like on Arc Raiders there's more positive experiences than if I were to play a game like COD. So I feel like especially for the girls, I would say it's worth it. New to your channel, welcome in guys. What games do I play? Lately I've been obsessed with Arc Raiders, guys, so that's what we've been playing lately. We're gonna do a light makeup look, nothing too crazy. My hair is like really like staticky for some reason. And Warzone obviously kept it alive in some ways. Yeah. But I would say like even, I don't know, my experience on games like Warzone was actually like really bad. I mean, it was good. There were some like good people. Like I had met one like COD pro and he was really kind. He was really cool. And I had played with him before. And he was actually really chill, you know? And we would do Resurgence and stuff. And honestly, I really sucked. But he was like a pro, so. Okay. And it was really cool for a while. But honestly, I feel like after like it kind of died out, and then I just stopped playing Warzone and stuff. I think that certain games, like, they can definitely get revived, but it's like the hours under the Japan Fund, that's how long I'm gonna stream for. For those who are wondering, on YouTube, I am streaming on 2 other platforms. What kind of blueprints do you have? I have some extras. Oh, no thank you guys. I only play solos. How'd you get that bump on your eye? It's a fatty cyst. I have to get surgery on it one day. But it's benign, which means, if you don't know medical terms, that basically means it's not cancerous. I'm eating chicken right now. I had a chicken salad earlier. It was amazing. Hi, Jocelyn. Yes, my favorite part of the stream. We're just chatting. Hell yeah. Makeup tutorial time. Yeah, today we're gonna do something a little natural. Because this guy had the audacity to call me a... How do I upgrade my benches? This guy had the audacity to call me a... catfish. What? Like, a catfish? Okay, I'm gonna rock the no makeup look then. See who the real catfish is. That's so mean, huh? I don't even catfish. I don't even change my looks. Also, any inappropriate comments, guys, I will be blocking. Don't listen to him. Real AF, Jocelyn. Maybe I'll do a full glam instead. Maybe I'll be the catfish he wants me to be. I don't know why people say things like that. Got you to 1K likes. Thank you. But yeah, guys, I only play solo at the current moment. But I just want to say I really appreciate all the support I've been getting lately. Everybody who like drops a like on my live streams, you know, heart me's and all that, like just chatting too. Like I feel like sometimes chat can get dead from time to time, and then when people come in, they always are like chatting and stuff, and it helps. People are insecure inside and jealous, unfortunately. True. Usually at the beginning of my streams, I like to do a little just chatting. So, and then we're gonna get into some Arc Raiders. My makeup usually takes a bit, so I don't play Clash Royale. Yeah, I have a community Discord you guys can join. It'll be in my beacons. Yeah. Thank you, Angel, for the likes. Don't care. Not interested. No thanks. Chicken salad. Yeah, and I got my coffee. Hello, everybody. Anyway. But yeah, I kind of just woke up, not gonna lie. I just had my first meal of the day. I have a feeling today's gonna be a good day. My favorite food of all time, probably. I love fruits and I love like spaghetti. But yeah, I would say like my dream meal, maybe like I love like pho. I love anything that's like a soup. Anything like soup. Or like I love pomegranates, yeah. Pomegranates are my favorite food. My sister was like sending me TikTok videos, like this other girl was making pomegranate videos that was like similar to me, and she got like the same bowl and everything. Yeah, I love Italian. It does kind of look like Tom Clancy, huh? No, it's Arc Raiders though, but it's kind of like it almost feels sometimes like a battle royale a little bit, because like technically if you're into PvP you can like kill everybody and again take their loot, you know? Which I think it's funny to like kill people. I feel like people take this game way too serious. They're treating it like it's VR, like the VR chat communities. And like it's okay to, I'm not saying that they shouldn't want to create little fun spaces where they don't do PvP. But like, come on, don't be angry at me that I kill people, you know? Because hey, I get it back to me. I get the karma back, you know? Because people end up killing me later. How does playing a game and putting on makeup make somebody your dream girlfriend? Some of y'all are too easy. You know, if I were a man, you know what my standards would be for women? They would be, is she a good person? Is she caring? Does she know how to take care of kids? And does she know how to, not that she needs to take care of kids, but does she know how to treat people? Is she kind? Is she responsible? She, you know what I mean? Those are the type of things I would think about, not the game she plays. I feel like people need to stop fantasizing about gamer girls like that, because it's actually making you like, I feel like it makes you look like not good. You need to focus on building up your career. Have higher standards. Remember, a lot of these guys can't talk to women in person. Live comments are as close as it gets for them. That's so mean. That I want a woman who shares my hobbies? I just don't believe guys when they say they want a girl to share their hobbies. I feel like they just... It's more of like a fantasy. You know what I mean? Like when people have fetishes and stuff, I feel like it's a fetish. It's kind of like... You know what I mean? That's why it rubs me the wrong way. Because you treat it like it's like there isn't. Like, why are you? You know? I just think it's a fetish. Because so many people like fetishize gamer girls. Like, I mean, but it doesn't even matter. You could play games. You could literally eat a food. Like, I was literally eating ramen one time. And this one guy, like, you could tell he was like looking at my mouth when I was like eating the ramen. And like, I don't know how you can turn eating ramen into a sexual thing, but for some reason, some of these guys are so like rotted in the brain. And seriously, some of you guys need to get help. Like, if you are one of those guys that is like that, seriously, you need to like, you need someone to tell you like right from wrong. Cause that's just so like violating, you know? Am I right, chat? I just don't like when people like point it out or like stuff like that. Like, you can like a girl's hobbies without like making it your entire personality that your girlfriend plays video games or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like here's another example. Here's another example. Let's say, oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, like, for example, like height or something. Let's say like a guy was super hyper fixated on a girl's height. I would find it extremely disturbing because why are you so interested in a girl that is specific, like a specific height? Like, it almost feels like, I'm not accusing them, I'm just saying, like, it almost feels like they are just fetishizing that thing about you and not treating you like a human being with interests and hobbies, you know? How do you stream TikTok through OBS? It's not through OBS, it's through TikTok Live Studio, Doomsy. I stream OBS to Purple app and to YouTube. Do you get what I mean? I need coffee, me too. Yeah, TikTok Studio is really horrible if you don't have a beefy PC. Is it more about they focus on features you don't necessarily have control over? It's just the idea of like, you shouldn't hyper focus on things because it just is weird. Like, and like, if I met a guy and I was like actually interested in me and he like was obsessed over the fact that I was like a certain height, it would give me the ick. Like, it would give me the ick. And it's not even that I'm not interested in him. Like I'll be interested in guys, and then they'll say something about my height and my whole body just cringes. Like, I think something about that is like my survival instincts go into hyper overdrive. Because you know what it is, guys? when guys are like hyper focused on your height like that, low key, it's like they want you to resemble a child. And I'm like, do you see what I'm saying? And okay, maybe I'm stretching, right? But at the same time, I'm low key picking up on something. You know what I mean? I'm suspicious of them, sometimes. Do you get what I mean? Like, they want you to resemble, like, a child. Sometimes. And that's weird. Because, like, what if they look like... Because, see, my biggest fear, chat, is I get married to a man and I get old and ugly, and my biggest fear is that I marry a man and I have kids with a man that he looks at like younger girls. That's like my worst fear, because I already like look young, and so I low-key feel like, dang, like I sometimes feel like I low-key attracted that my entire life. Since I was 18, I would have 30-year-olds hitting on me. You know what I mean? And it's so weird. And I think there's a lot of like weird stuff going on in the world. And it's important that... You know what I mean? I feel that, but women do the same. Women do not do the same. I feel like they purposefully pick men that are specifically taller, because men that are specifically taller can protect them. But that has nothing to do with looking like a child. You know what I mean? Do you get what I mean? How like being shorter and like kind of correlates? And so it's weird when guys like make that their entire thing that they liked about you, or hyper fixate on it. You know what I mean? They'll leave men if they can't provide anymore. You saying shorter guys can't defend you? I mean, they can, but I don't talk about height. I don't really care about height. Eventually, you'll stop worrying about what any man's doing and focus on yourself. No, but it's super concerning. Imagine getting married to a man and he looks at younger girls. You're basically marrying a predator. You know what I mean? And I think that's one of my worst fears in life. I think my worst fear is to marry a predator. Yeah. Or to regret life. I think to regret life, regret my choices, or regret not doing enough. I think that's my biggest things that I think about. You're thinking too much. No, I think I'm thinking just enough. Lewis, thank you for the paper crane. Eventually you'll stop. I do know what you mean, because it would be like for sure overthinking. That's not overthinking. I think that's just my survival instincts working. Thanks for sharing. I haven't heard this before. Like, it's more about like fetishizing about it. I'm not saying you can't be like, oh, her height's so cute or something. Or you can't be like, you know what I mean? You can't, it's not saying you can't find it flattering about somebody. Because, yeah, it can make the girl look cuter, right? Or something. But I also think like tall girls are also so beautiful too. So I agree. A predator? Yeah, that's a predator. Someone who wants their girlfriend to look like as childlike as possible. That's a weirdo freak. Do you think you'd not be able to tell someone was a freak like that? No, I feel like people tell on themselves all the time. What's up with the chicken? That's scrappy. Nope. No, I just don't think. Do you think you'd not be able to? No, you would for sure be able to tell. I feel like people like that, they don't hide it. They're just very subtle about it. Like, I met a lot of guys who, as soon as they find out my height, they get really weird. Or I agree. Listening is more powerful than asking questions. She's older than me at that. You would, don't you? If you were a guy though, wouldn't you be weirded out if like an old granny was like obsessed with your like you being tinier or something? You would be fucking weirded out too. Like, and I know maybe some of you guys haven't experienced that because maybe you're not like shorter, but wouldn't you be freaked out? Like opposite switch. It would be just as weird if it were a girl and she was hyper fixating on how small you were, right? Because then it's like then it's more about you being oh cute or whatever. It's more than that because then she's hyper focusing on your height. Then it's weird. You know what I mean? Now that you see where I'm coming from, don't you think that it's weird that you know what I mean? I think either way, man or woman, I think it's weird. What about girls hyperfixating on tall guys? Well, that's like, that doesn't have anything to do with looking like a child. It's happened and I had to politely decline. Oh, hell no. But your point doesn't make any sense because I'm pretty sure not all girls hyperfixate on being clean shaven. I think if you care about whether or not it's shaved, anything is shaved, there's hair on your body, you're a human being. If you care about that, then I mean, it's one thing to like maintain and make yourself look, you know, like clean. And I think shaving is more about looking clean than anything. But if someone is super hyper, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird in general. I think anything that's super like, I think it's okay. Yeah, having a beard or like having hair, like that's human. I think when guys get mad that girls don't shave, like there's something wrong with their brain. Because at the end of the day, like sure, they can shave to look presentable or whatever, but like at the same time, like nobody has time to clean, like shave all the time, you know? So like, and it's expensive. So unless, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think I'm specifically speaking from experience because like I feel like throughout my life so many people have like hyper focused on my height and have made it so weird. And I just find it to be so uncomfortable. Just because in my mind all I can think about is like I wonder why they're so focused on my height. You know what I mean? I always think like, oh, it's so gross that they're so focused on my height. That's where my brain, that's what my brain thinks. My brain's just like, this is so weird. Like, sure, okay, I'm very hyper vigilant and stuff. Like, sure, I think I definitely can be hyper vigilant at times. But everyone likes different things. But like, come on, like some of y'all have to, like, some of you guys have to like hear what I'm saying though. It's about having discernment. Don't you think it would be weird if you were like a shorter guy and you had these older women, like granny, I'm talking girls you would not be attracted to, okay? These old grannies, and you were like 5'0", so like almost basically 4'11". Let's say you're 4'11" as a man, and you met these girls that were just super, and you were like of age, but you met these girls who were super focused on your height and they only talked about your height. Wouldn't you be like, this is a little weird? Like, I feel like I'm in a danger zone. I feel like I'm in enemy territory right now. Wouldn't you feel that way? Or do you have no survival instincts? Because I think the opposite is you have no survival instincts. Her height is in her name. She's an attention seeker. I'm not 4'9". I'm 4'11". My username is just inspired by my old username, which was J4910. That was my Xbox gamer tag, and I decided to make it Jessica49. I think it's different for men. No, it's literally the same though, because both men and women can deal with the same type of weird harassment. I think saying everybody likes different things is crazy because, like, not you trying to justify people that are weird. Like, you know what I mean? Ew. Don't be like that. It's the thing is, though, it's not different for men because men can get preyed on too. She used to be 4'9", now she's 4. I've never been 4'9", only when I was a child, probably. Men aren't really physically threatened by an older woman like a small woman would be by a bigger man. But yes, they are, Dylan. You can't speak for victims. They literally can be, though. I feel like men just don't get hurt because people tell them not to feel hurt. And they don't even know that they got assaulted sometimes. Because they're taught in society to just take it. You know what I mean? Only weak men get preyed on. That's victim blaming. You're blocked. I'm not saying short guys don't deal with rejection. I'm just saying, guys, you're completely missing the point. I'm saying, isn't it weird when a person that's significantly older hyperfixates on somebody who is smaller and makes their entire, like, is super focused on how small they are, how their height is? Wouldn't you be weirded out? Because then at that point, it's given that they have a fetish for that. And if they have a fetish for that, like, what makes you think? I don't know. My brain just starts going into, like, survival mode. Because I'm just like, I'm not saying that men who are shorter don't get rejected. I'm sure they get rejected a lot, you know, because there are certain beauty standards, you know. But you're missing the entire point. I'm not saying I'm getting rejected because I'm small. I'm not even making it about getting people because I'm smaller. I'm saying I think it's weird when people that are significantly older hyper focus on things that make you look childish, and I feel like being shorter is something that makes you look a little bit younger. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to think it's like, oh, it's cute to, like, you know, you're so small, you're so cute, but I'm talking about the guys or girls who are like, they're so focused on it that it's like they make it their entire personality that you were small, and they just can't stop talking about it. Like, they won't shut up about it. Those people make me angry. Humans notice patterns. It does sound like creep vibes. That's what I'm saying. See, you get me now. I think some people just have survival instincts and some don't. Like, God gives us the gift of discernment, and some people, they turn a blind eye to everything. Now, I'm not saying you can't think it's cute that a girl's a little bit more on the small side, because, like, to some people, they think, oh, when a girl's small, it's just like they want to protect her. Whatever, right? That's a thing. But I'm talking about someone who can't stop fucking yapping about it. Ooh, those people, they boil my blood. Because then at that point, it's like, dang, why are you so interested in this one thing that I have? You know what I mean? Like, there's so much more about me than just that. She's creating world peace here, yeah. I saw your DUI record. I don't have a DUI, guys. What is this guy saying? DUI record? What the hell? See, now we're just saying bullshit. Yes, it does, Ray. And the people who are enabling weirdo freaks that focus on women's height. It's giving predator. It's giving freak. It's giving you're just trying to victim blame and invalidate women's experiences. That's what it's giving. I do not drive drunk, guys. I don't even get drunk. I'm literally sober every day. Yeah, you see what I mean, Yanni? It's like people who come in and then they're like looking at my body and they're always asking me about my height and like and then when they find out they're like, oh, you're 4'11"? Oh my god, that's so crazy. I love girls who are 4'11". And see. Do we get it now? I think it's my favorite thing that girls are 4'11". I just dream. My dream girl needs to be 4'11". I'm laughing, but this is copium right now. That was cringe. Good. Is this real? Yeah, this is real. You talking and I'm just admiring the chicken. It stopped people from doom scrolling because of this chicken. What's wrong with that? Everything is wrong with that. Everything. Everything is wrong. Wait a damn minute. Okay, let's finish doing our makeup. I don't know what happened to my camera. Sorry, I have ADHD, so I got a little distracted. I was trying to see if my donation went through, because I have a little thing and I wanted to see if it went through or not, and it went through. Yay! Obsessing over one another, it can be really creepy. Exactly. I mean, see, I don't think it's weird or creepy. Like, let's say if it was a mutual thing, like I don't know, like we were just obsessed with each other mutually, but it wasn't necessarily about any physical characteristic that we had. It was more so about we were obsessed with each other because we both fell in love and we like each other's personalities. Now that's not creepy at all. That's wholesome and it's mutual at that point, so that means that it's consensual. But guys, the amount of people I like grew up around, like I grew up around, I was in the real world as soon as I turned 18, and the real world is scary, guys. I worked as a grocery clerk, and I sometimes talk about it, but yeah. I would get, oh my god, I would get hit on all the time, and even at my server job, I was like 19, and I would get hit on a lot. But honestly, I didn't even think twice about it, because people would usually like tip really well, since I was a server. I even had one time this guy, he brought his wife, and it was like an Italian restaurant. He brought his wife, and in front of his wife, he goes, in front of his wife. This is how much of a lack of respect. Stop, Cleo. Lack of respect. He goes, if my wife wasn't here, I would have totally asked for your phone number. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? That's the type of people I would deal with. That's what I mean by just because a man has a wife and kids doesn't make him a good man. There's a lot of men out there that they would risk anything for a 19-year-old. And she didn't give a fuck. Like, she just didn't give a fuck. Maybe she was there for his money or something. Because, like, at that point, it's like, why did she not care? I mean, that's supposed to be a compliment in his head, but it's like, that's crazy. The amount of disrespect to the girl is crazy. I can't believe, like, she's got to be there because he has money or something. Because there's no way she's accepting that disrespect for free. I'm not 19 anymore. I was just saying I was 19. Fine. Old ass man too. Like, they were like granny age. Grandpa age. I just can't believe so many people go around the world acting like that. I'm just hoping women raise their standards in the future. You sure he wasn't joking? Who jokes about that stuff, even if he was quote-unquote joking? You know, every joke has a little bit of truth in it, right? Like, if your friend over here, Mr. Sam in your class, was joking about, you know, causing some violence, causing some ruckus, you'd get on his good side, even if it was a quote-unquote joke. You would start doing his homework for him, because you don't want to be one of the victims. You know what I mean? So, once people start, why is it that, why? All of a sudden, you're not going to take precautions anymore just because it's a joke? You can't say that, because every joke has a little bit of truth in it. For example, when I say, and I joke around how, like, I would only marry a rich man, there is some truth in that, and I'm not going to hide. I have my love language is gift giving. And so the only men who can impress me are the men who can get me a bunch of gifts. And who can buy a whole bunch of gifts. Man with resources. Yes, yes. I like gifts. And I call that being self-aware, knowing what I want. Some people call that materialism. I call you a brokey. Dusty brokey. Clipped and shipped. Oh, so you can be bought? That's not what I said. I just don't mess around with men for free. That's what I'm saying. I don't roll around on a mattress to be treated like crap. Because if I'm a goopaholic. Exactly. I'm a goopaholic. If I can already get stuff for myself, see, this is another thing, guys. What did I think? I'm not even gaslighting. That is not auction. If I'm consenting to it. What is this guy saying? Holy shit, I'm out of here. Look how many people I got angry, guys. Isn't that funny? Sometimes I think it's so funny how easy you can rage bait people. Just for having standards and love for yourself. Ow. I'm trying to clean up my brows and honestly this hurts so bad. There's this thing called Fork and Film. And it's basically, oh my god, I was watching it last night. And it's basically this thing where you go and you watch a movie and guys, you sorry, I zoned out. You go and you watch a movie like Ratatouille and they serve you the food in the movie. I'm not gaslighting anyone. What are you talking about? Thank you for the $2, Doc Russ. W, Mr. Doc Russ. Thank you for the $2 super chat. For that guy who's saying that I can be bought, first of all, I said that I'm more compatible with a man who can buy me gifts, but just because he can buy me gifts doesn't mean he can have access to me. I think a lot of people confuse how a girl wants to be treated versus what she decides to give up. Personally, after reconciling with the things that I've been through and doing a deep self-reflection, I've decided I'm gonna be one of the girls that waits. From now on, I am not gonna be involved with men romantically in any manner unless I'm married to them. And they have a choice. They can pursue me, which will probably mean I will probably only pay attention to the ones who buy me gifts. But just because they buy me gifts doesn't mean that means access to me romantically. You know what I mean? So, I laugh when I hear girls want a guy to provide everything. Ladies, those days are over. And if you find a man like that, you will have to be okay for a non-exclusive. What? First of all, what the fuck? Raise your hand in the chat if you're a provider. Let's see how many providers are in the chat. But you know what? If there's none, it's also okay. But like, you guys should feel proud to be a provider. I don't see what's wrong with that. Raise your hand. Solo raised his hand. You're barely an adult. You put the gas in gaslighter? What? I'm not a gaslighter. So if they can treat you nice and make you feel good about yourself, but can't buy you expensive stuff, then the guy's a piece of shit. I never said he was a piece of shit. Okay, now we're putting stuff in my mouth. I'm richer than your whole family. I'm honestly subbing because she's making some sense. Thanks. There's been some people who come in here and they threaten to unsubscribe, and I get so scared I'm gonna lose a follower. Not. I'd rather girls follow me anyways. Because why are they being so mean to me? Well, because I have standards? Why are you so booty tickled? There's other girls out there who will go 50-50 with you. You know that, right? I'm new, but this is already boring. Oh my god. I'm so sad people want to unfollow me. And someone said, I remember yesterday, someone was like threatening to like cancel me or something. Bitch, I've already been canceled. That's yesterday's news. What's new? I've already been canceled before. If you think you can hate me, I've already been hated before. I've already been sent death threats. Get with the program. Am I still here thriving though? Yes. Death threats and all. I was gonna donate $1,000, but I don't like your attitude. What? You were not gonna donate $1,000. That is cap, bro. I'm almost done plucking my brows. What'd you get canceled for? Just men hated me. They hated me a lot because they thought I was ruining somebody's career because I was uncomfortable. But I'm not saying my actions were justified. I definitely cursed a little bit too much, and I made some assumptions and comments that I should have kept in my head. You know that phrase, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all? I should have listened to that phrase. But I'm a very, like, when I feel like my life is in danger, and in that moment I felt my life was in danger, I am very, like, fight or flight mode, and I was pick and fight, okay? I was pick and fight, and the internet doesn't like to see fight. They demonize women for being fight or flight, but I was fight. Because when I'm in the gas station, guys, I remember I was at the gas station near my house, and I lived alone back then, and I was getting gas at my nearby gas station. I kid you not, this random guy drives by, and I don't know, I'm not like, maybe I'm hyper vigilant, you know, in a way that I assume like some people are bad, you know, because I'd rather assume they're bad than fuck around and find out, you know, and die. So this guy drove, and right next to my car, he pulls up his car and he rolls his window down, and I'm scared because I'm in a like kind of ghetto area, and I'm like, I'm scared. And he asked me something. I don't even know what he said. It was like, what's the pin or something, because I was getting my own gas. And I remember just like, what? I was like, what? I was like, what? What do you want? Why are you pulling up your car? No, I don't mess with that. I don't think that's nice. And some people are so stupid. They're so stupid. It's like, they're like, well, what if he was just trying to be kind? Nobody who's driving super close to your car and rolling their window down while you're outside of your car, you're in a vulnerable position. You know what I mean? Alone. I was alone. You don't do that. Like, you're freaking weirdo. And so I maybe have a lot of hypervigilance, but this is the woman we stay away from. And the amount of people in here, who are validating my experience, you're exactly the kind of men who turn a blind eye when something actually happens to a woman. Because let's say this guy was like a sex offender. Yeah, I'm gonna think the worst case scenario, because I think, hey, maybe he could have been a cool guy, whatever. But I would rather let him know he can't fuck around with me than give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Because giving men the benefit of the doubt in today's society, especially in a ghetto area when you're alone as a woman, I mean, maybe I shouldn't have been there, but at the same time, I didn't have a fucking boyfriend at the time. Who's gonna protect me? Me, right? So when a guy comes over and pulls his window down asking for my pin or something, I don't know, he was like asking for my pin, or just like, what's the pin or something. I think he was talking about my credit card, now that I think about it, because I was filling up my gas tank to the most. And the amount of people who are like turning a blind eye to it is crazy, because it's like, watch your mouth, watch your mouth. Yeah, I should have been strapped up, exactly, just in case. Oops, I accidentally banned someone I shouldn't have banned. And why would bro ask for your credit card pin? That's what I'm saying. And guys, look. I'm not saying every man is bad, but I don't want to be one of those girls who fucks around and finds out. Okay? Because this isn't my first time that I dealt with predators, okay? When I was on the beach one time with my family, I was about 11, 11 years old, I believe, or I don't remember. Was it 11? No. I was like 14, 15. A minor, right? I'm at the beach with my mom, and me and my sister, you know, we're wearing our little bikinis, right? Because that's what's popular. We're in California. We go to like Newport Beach, okay? We go there, we lay down, we're on our towels, we're tanning, we're eating snacks with our mom. It's just our mom, because my mom is divorced, so she's single mom, and she was taking care of us, so it was just her, me, and my sister. We're laying on the couch. Laying on the couch. We're laying on the beach, and this weird guy starts like hovering over us. He's walking around our towels. And my mom, this is one of the times my mom locked in, and she's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Get away from my girl." You know? He was being weird. Like, he was like looking at us, and he was like hovering around our towels when he had the entire fucking beach to go about his day, right? So this guy's like hovering us, and then eventually he like sits next to us and is just looking at us, me and my sister, because we're both, guys, look, we're both very beautiful young girls. We sometimes attract the weirdest men just because we're beautiful, and it's the weirdest thing, right? And so we're on the beach and we're young. We're like 14, 15. My sister's like 2 years younger than me, so that means she's like 12. This guy's hovering around us, and eventually my mom's like, "What are you doing? Why are you here? Why are you still near my daughters?" And he's alone, mind you. He's alone. That's how you know they're a creep, if they're coming alone. Because what the hell are you doing, right? And so eventually he's like, "Oh no, I'm not doing anything. Like, I'm not." And he tries to get away. He tries to run away. And then my mom calls the cops on him. And the cops come. They find out this guy's a sexual offender. Yeah. They find out he's a whole ass sexual offender. He comes to the beach to prey on young girls. Yeah. So whenever your gut feeling is telling you this weirdo freak needs to get the fuck away from me, you better listen to it, because sometimes you never know when you meet Mr. Sex Offender. Okay. And yeah. And we were like 14, 15. That's what I mean. And you know what's crazy, guys? Creeps can still be in groups. Yeah, but it's less likely. Like, in my experience, I feel like I've noticed more of the time when I've experienced creeps, they usually come alone to events and stuff like that. Like, even when I went to Hard Summer, it's like a music festival. There was this one guy. He kept like coming around behind women. He'd get really close to them. And yeah, it was weird. You know what I mean? And it's okay to be alone. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be alone. I'm just saying, like, when you're a grown man and you're like alone and you're trying to get near like young woman because you can't get any on your own, like you can't impress a girl enough on your own that no girl wants to be around you. I fear this generation might be cooked. Anyway, that's why women need to wear big jackets to every place. But the thing is, a woman covering up is like not gonna solve the problem. I think these people just need to be put in jail. Genuine. Like, there needs to be more consequences to these people's actions. Because why is there a whole ass sexual offender walking around the beach where there's a bunch of young people, young women? Yeah, it's better to be with women your age. I agree, Gouda. Yeah, you should just be around with girls your age, you know. You've seen the Barnes and Noble man looking at him. Yeah, oh my god, that video was very scary. A woman covering up has nothing to do with her getting harassed, because let me tell you something. Yeah, get him like a bear mace. Yeah, let me tell you something. No amount of a woman covering up is gonna stop them. Okay? My throat hurts. You guys should go visit. There's a museum where victims, SA victims, they place their clothes in which they got SA'd in, and they put them in a museum. You guys should go visit it one day with your girlfriend. And you guys should go see what the clothes they're wearing. Majority of them are regular clothes. One of them being even like PJs. There's even videos online. Oh, you're one of those. What do you mean, oh, you're one of those? Wouldn't you rather get educated on what actually happens to victims than trying to pretend like being a victim is a call for seeking attention? It's men like you who think that women like me are seeking attention, when in reality I'm speaking out for victims. And I'm advocating for it to not happen anymore. And I'm advocating for victims to speak out and for them to have justice served. Meaning, their predators need to be in jail and locked up. Why is there a whole ass sexual offender walking around the beach, being able to be in the proximity of young women? He shouldn't be. He should be put in jail. Just because he didn't murder someone doesn't mean he's not capable of causing serious psychological harm and physical harm. Exactly, like, and you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy who's telling me I'm seeking attention because I'm trying to tell people and warn them of what's going on in reality and what actually happens to women. But if you don't want to listen, that'll be your own downfall, you know, because what woman who is a baddie is gonna want to be around a man who tells her that she doesn't experience anything and that she's making it up and that she's seeking attention? Really? You really want to be that guy? Relationships aren't gonna last long. At least not with baddies, because I've actually, you know what the craziest thing about this whole thing, guys? It's not just men who tell women that they're seeking attention. It's other women too. I literally met a woman who, like, I had the unfortunate experience of learning that she saw female victims as attention seeking. Mind you, throughout her entire life, she's been protected. Do you know what that means? She never had dealt with SA in her life. How can you never deal with SA in your life and then tell, like, SA victims what they should be doing, how they should be reacting? That's crazy. Or people will deal with SA and then they will literally blame other people for the way they react. When it's like, there's no one size fit all, you know, in terms of like how people manage their trauma. You know? Anyway. And there are so many, and the thing that's crazy too, there are so many men out there who are also victims of it. And they see what women do, like they see what women do, they speak out for themselves, they advocate for themselves, and they don't even think about advocating for themselves. Because there are not a lot of men who will support victims. And there's not a lot of women who will support victims. So that's why it's so important that everybody speaks out for victims, because majority of the time when people come out about what happens to them, it's usually the truth. Or if you ever have a bad feeling about somebody, trust your gut intuition. Yup. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's what we like to call sheepdogs. Sheepdogs are the men who protect women. You know, how's the goop? Oh, I'm just still getting ready right now. I have not started gooping yet. I've been a little distracted. But that's why I'm an advocate for people who deal with that stuff, because it's very, unfortunately, very common. And the thing is, I'm not trying to, like, I think a lot of people get confused. They're like, I'm not trying to victimize myself. I'm just saying I was a victim, right? But I'm a survivor of it now. So we're surviving. And I want every girl to get as brave as me one day, to not give a single fuck about whether or not you should be cursing out random people. Because you know what's crazy, guys? I do research on true crime studies. I bring this up all the time, but like, I think it's very helpful information. I do research on true crime because I want to start my own true crime podcast where I advocate for victims. I feel like that would make me really happy. And I would like to advocate for victims in general. Not just women, of course. You know? True crime is basically like, it's like a podcast genre. Well, it's like an internet media genre. So true crime is like basically true, real crime that happens in real life. So basically, I did some research on one true crime episode, and it was this one about Ted Bundy. If you guys don't know, Ted Bundy literally had over like 6 victims back to back that were all girls. He would rape them, and then he would literally murder them, and he got away with it for a super long time. He collected about 6 victims, yeah, and I think one of them even being a minor. I don't remember. Let me look it up. How many? Three were minors? Okay, so Bundy actually... Oh, I lied. It wasn't 6. Ted Bundy confessed to 30 murders committed across 7 states between 1974 and 1978. However, the actual number of his victims remains definitively unknown, with some experts believing the total could be as many as 100. Before his execution in 1989, Bundy confessed to authorities to murdering 30 young women and girls. And you want to know the craziest part of it all? You know his strategy in trying to find which victims he would choose? He would select them. So he specifically targeted young women in busy public areas like college campuses, beaches. See, we gotta stay away from the beaches. Shopping malls, laundromats, and bus stops. These locations provided a steady flow of potential victims who were alone and could be easily isolated. The Ted look. He focused on young, white women with long hair parted in the middle, a physical type strongly resembling of an old girlfriend. He would lure victims into a false sense of security by feigning injury or asking for help with a non-existent task. He often wore an arm in a plaster cast or used crutches, appearing vulnerable and harmless. He would ask the woman to help him with a simple task like carrying books or a sailboat to his car. And he occasionally posed as a police officer or a firefighter to persuade women to get into his vehicle. Yeah. Oh my god. And you know, he also revealed in an interview what kind of girls he would Yeah. I don't remember exactly what it says. Oh my god, Bully, think of the Prime sub. Oh my god, sorry, my headphones were off. I didn't even see that. She claims she's a victim. She's a survivor of SA because a dude acted creepy on her. I've literally been groped before by multiple people. You can't tell me I'm not a victim of SA. I literally watched it all happen. I don't know what you want me to do. Like, and I joke about it now because like it's no big deal now. But this guy's crazy saying I'm not an SA victim. I never said that was my SA. I literally just said that's one instance when a sexual predator was around me when I was underage. You're dumb. Yes, I am a survivor of SA. I've been SA'd multiple times, unfortunately. But I'm not trying to trauma dump. We can keep the mood still lively and good. I love to advocate for women that are victims. It's not a lie, guys. I don't lie about things like that. And did you know that, guys? There's like a 2 to 10% chance that when a woman comes out about SA, she is lying. So that means roughly 90 to 98% of the time when a woman comes out about SA, it's usually the truth. Of course, there are special cases where, you know, a girl's lying or whatever, but I don't really believe for the most part women would ever lie about something like that. I personally would never lie about something like that. Everybody's different. There's definitely evil people in the world. But I have been SA, unfortunately. And I think it's crazy how there's men in here who will tell you what happened to you. Because those are the type of people, yeah, they are obsessed with like validating predatory men's behavior. And they actually relate to predatory men. And that's not something you want to be associated with. If you want to live like that for the rest of your life, that's your choice. But if you're gonna be like that, I am not surprised why there is a loneliness male epidemic at this point. Seriously, that's really fucked up. Cause she low-key liked it is crazy work. Oh my fucking god, another feminist. You guys seeing this? See, this is why women never come out about dealing with SA. You guys seeing this? Nah, cause you're crazy. You're crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. They locked me in a room. Locked me in a room with rats. Rubber rats. The internet's a very concerning place. Holy, why is there so much trash in this chat? Like I said, Ultimate, sometimes I attract predators, you know? And so all these people who are defending predators, it's because they relate to predators. You'll be surprised. They won't ever admit to it, but they probably look at women, feel entitled to women, and don't care if a woman consents or not. I'm blocking them. Don't worry. But do you see what I mean? You see what I mean? I'm not allowing it. We ain't called the apex predator for nothing. That's not something to be proud of. If you are proud of being an apex predator, well, Maybe you should learn to be more gentle with women. Yeah, I was gonna say, not a big fan of underage people being... Yeah, I'm not underage, don't worry. I'm good. And... yeah, some guys are just weird, and that's all it is. Buy a burn jacket and be more mean. I've told my mom the same thing. Yeah, I feel like being mean is a very important thing, and that's what I was just getting into about Ted Bundy. So, one of the methods that Ted Bundy would choose his next victim was, he even revealed it in an interview. He revealed in an interview that he would specifically target women that did not have a lot of boundaries, and women that were very like coy and shy and like would walk with their hair like head down. So like not a lot of confidence, not aggressive, would not be the kind of woman who would make a scene. And when I'm walking around in public, I'm the kind of woman you don't want to mess with me. And I will curse you out. I will curse you out if you want to cross a line. Most of the time I give men the benefit of the doubt though. Like, there are a few men that I've met that have been really, really good men. Like, one time I got stuck at a gas station because my car wouldn't start. It died, the battery. I had to get AAA to help me because it was that dead. And there were some kind folks. I rejected most of the men's, like, they wanted to make a kind gesture to help me hotwire my car. And most of them, I rejected them because I didn't trust them. But then there was one guy that he had a dog in his car. And I was like, okay, I'll let this guy try to hotwire my car, but I know it's not gonna work. So he did. And he was actually really respectful and kind. And I thought that because he had a dog, you know, probably more of a kind person, because that's how you know. You know, when they have a dog and they take care of it, that means that they probably are responsible. And I trust people a little bit more when they have like an animal and they take care of it. Yeah, that's what I mean, Gouda Maya. Hurt people. But just because they're hurt doesn't mean like they should react in violence. It's like me saying, you know, and I'm sure you're not saying that, but like you get what I mean. It shouldn't be justified. Like let's say women went on a rampage and started like causing violence on people because they got traumatized by men. You know, they always tell women that we're overreacting to things because we curse out men from time to time, but like imagine if we actually like physically try to, you know what I mean, try to wreak revenge. I think that would definitely be the downfall. And obviously it would be, you know, I don't think women unfortunately wouldn't win, you know, because we're not biologically the same. Unless they're like damn girl, this is your job? Yes sir. I'm a gamer. I'm a creator. Sometimes I make money, sometimes I don't. It just depends. We know that's unhealthy and free will exists, so obviously don't go down that path. Yeah, I don't think you can fight fire with fire. But I definitely think girls need to be more aggressive because it'll actually sometimes save their life. But in the same concept though, like in the same, you know what I mean? Like sometimes even being aggressive towards a man can actually provoke them to hurt you. So no matter what happens, they might hurt you. Even if you are aggressive, because they know they have that biological advantage, like that they're stronger than you. And so sometimes they don't give a fuck. But for people like Ted Bundy, the reason he would choose women that were more coy and shy was because he could get away with it. If the girl was more like, she didn't make a scene. And so he would specifically target women that didn't make a scene. Well, crimes are getting more and more harder to commit, at least. There's a camera everywhere, and if anything, there should be less and less cases. Exactly, yeah. But I feel like I fear as if the consequences nowadays are not the consequences. Thank you for the bow gift, Rusty. Thank you, Ruby, for the Harmony. Thank you, Ethan, for the firework. Thank you for the double firework and the your awesome gift. Thank you, guys. That's why I think it's best that women are aggressive, but sometimes don't be... just read the room, obviously. You know, if you're alone in the woods with a man, being aggressive might not be your best play, right? Because if you're alone with him in the forest, at this point, you kind of need to play reverse psychology in order to win. Like, for example, with another case, there was a Robert Alcalay. He had also murdered girls, and he was a famous serial killer because he had murdered a bunch of women, almost over 100, and some of them being minors. And what he would do, and he was famous because he went on a reality TV show, dating show, and he won. And he won the dating show. His name was Robert Alcalay, something like that. Was it Robert? Or no, wait, hold on. Dating show killer. I think it's Robert Alcalay. Oh, Alcala. Oh, Rodney Alcala. I almost had it. And if you want to watch the story, it's on Netflix. I really recommend it. It's called In Woman of the Hour. Anna Kendrick is the main actress. And basically the whole entire show covers Rodney Alcala and he basically goes on the show, and you know how like in shows, like dating shows back in the day, if you would win, you would get like a free trip to go to like Hawaii or something. So he would go to Hawaii. He planned this trip with her, but I remember the girl who picked him, she eventually felt like a weird vibe about him. Like she had this weird gut feeling about him. Thank you, Dr. Rusty, for the gift. He had this weird, she had this weird gut feeling about him, and she didn't end up going on the vacation, and turns out she probably would have ended up like the other girls that, you know, ended up passing away because of him. And thankfully some of the victims had gotten away, and there was even a victim watching the show and had reported him to the police multiple times, but the police never listened. And so the story covers multiple different angles. The girl who was on the show, the girl who was in the audience, and then it also showcases what happens to the victims. And one of the victims, he had raped her and had done really bad things to her, and then eventually was gonna kill her because she was knocked out. And she thought that, or he had thought that she was completely knocked out in one of the scenes, and she ended up like playing a reverse psychology type thing in order to survive. And she started to accept him and pretend like they were dating, you know, like, oh, like, and she was like, oh, if you want to be rough next time, just let me know, you know, like type of thing, to play into it, to make him trust her. And eventually he let his guard down enough that they were at a gas station, and she ended up being able to run to like a cafe and then call the police. And that's when he got convicted. And he finally, and there was one time where he got reported. He got to jail, but because he was like a white man and he was a very trusting, kind man, they let him go the first time. So they didn't even get, like, they had him right there. They had the reports, they had the case, but they didn't check his car. They didn't, you know. Anyway, And that's when he got convicted. The first thing I ever heard her say. What is the truth? So he got convicted, and then he didn't actually go to jail until later on. They finally built a case. Oh yeah. I don't know, I think life sucks when you worry too much. Not judging you necessarily, but if you let all my paranoia prevent me from doing lots of fun things or keep me from my desires, I don't think I'm living life at that point. I've had a woman steal my car keys, and the woman who sold me the vehicle get close to me to essay me, thinking I was into her, and she was a real pushy. But I don't let that stop me from finding someone. Yeah, I never said that I'm gonna let that stop me from finding a person. But I like to talk about true crime because I feel like it helps point out the bad people. And if you have a problem with women being paranoid, then you probably don't care about what makes them paranoid in the first place. And you're a man, so you probably will never understand what it feels like to deal with life or death situations because you're the apex predator, you know? Unless, of course, you're small and, you know, you might get murdered by another man. But the chances of you dying at the hands of a woman isn't as, like, high as a woman dying to a man. I mean, the cases are probably still very high, too. I mean, I'm sure men can be victims of things, too. But if I ever met a man who dealt with something like that, I would never try to be like, oh, you can't feel this way, or you're not allowed to be paranoid. I think a lot of girls, that's the reason they consume true crime. Because it's validating their experiences and it's something that they relate to. And that's probably something you will never understand unless you have been a victim of something like that similar. Women are more silent killers, yeah. And I'm sure there are terrible serial killers that are women as well. I'm 100% sure. I bet there's actually a bunch of true crime cases where men have also been victims of that as well. That's not what I'm saying. Just because I'm pointing out what happens to women doesn't really... I just like to talk about true crime and what it relates to me. Because why would I ever speak about a man's experience if I've never been a man before? It doesn't make any sense to talk about something from a place where I've never experienced it. I'm not carrying anybody, Pinhead. What are you talking about? Does it validate their actual live experiences, or does it validate the fears that they carry daily? I feel as if it validates their lived experiences. I feel like men need to stop acting like women are just fearful and paranoid. That's not the truth. Because you can say all you want that that's the woman's feelings and she's overly emotional and she's just dramatic. But she's only dramatic because it hasn't happened yet. But then when it happens, it's too late. When a woman is dead, it is too late. So maybe you should believe women based on their lived experiences instead of trying to gaslight them into believing that they're dramatic. What is wrong with you? Maybe you should advocate for what happens, and you should advocate for victims, because what is so wrong with that? What is so wrong with that? If you don't relate to any of these predators that I'm talking to, you have nothing to worry about. Why are you so upset? What about you? Why does it make you upset that a woman talks about something that has happened to her? Is it because you relate to a predator or what? Because what other reason would you get angry? What other reason? Maybe you don't have the emotional capacity to understand what victims go through. Okay. The world isn't perfect, far from it. I love your streams. Thank you. Oh no, I'm not saying you can't be paranoid. It's good to be safe, but to those who really can't live life because of their previous trauma, I feel bad for them. I couldn't live life anymore if I couldn't do anything. Which is why trauma doesn't define victims. But you also need to understand that trauma literally changes people's brain, like their brain chemistry literally changes. So when you start getting upset that a victim is not reacting the way that you want them to react, it's because you never dealt with it. You didn't go through the brain chemistry changes, and you also didn't have that same lived experience. So of course, you're going to pretend like they're being overdramatic and seeking attention. Because what else can you do? If you can't experience it yourself, you can't understand it. It's just like depression. If you've never experienced depression, it is an invisible illness. It is a mental health disorder that is constantly overlooked. And there's so many people that gaslight others who deal with depression every single day of their life and tell them that they're just lazy because they don't want to take care of their hygiene. No, they don't want to take care of their hygiene because they physically can't get up anymore. They can't go on to live life because their life in the beginning of their childhood, maybe they went through something traumatic, or you know what's even crazier? Some people go through trauma on a consistent basis, and then you wonder why, like, somebody with trauma is a little bit different. Yeah, they're gonna be different. And that's why if you can't handle somebody who's different, don't ever think about dating them. That's why dating people who have certain mental health issues is not something that is ideal for a person who has a normal life, who was loved as a child and had a lot of privileges growing up and was protected their entire life and never experienced childhood neglect or certain things that, like, traumatic events. Of course, those people are going to be like, yeah, depression is just laziness. They always say that because it's a stigma. Everything is stigmatized nowadays, and everybody thinks they know what they're talking about. They think they know what can, like, fix depression. When did you know that depression is sometimes a chronic illness? It sometimes is a chronic illness. That means people who develop depression are going to be living with depression for the rest of their lives. And for people to, like, you know what I mean? And now I'm not saying just because you have depression, you're allowed to just go and be violent and lash out and wreak havoc on the world just because you deal with something that's really difficult. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it does get better, and I think people with depression, people with mental health issues just need to feel understood. And that's why they go to therapy, so they can work through their traumas. They can work on reparenting themselves. Depression isn't always chronic. I mean, so many people experienced temporary depressive symptoms during the pandemic because they were trapped inside. You know, they didn't have anyone really to talk to except for online. And a lot of people experienced depressive symptoms, but they didn't have clinical depression. What is this guy saying? And you know what's crazy? So many people live with depression that never goes diagnosed. And yeah, you can't lie and say there aren't some strengths in dealing with depression. You know, it changes your brain. So in some ways, you know, you can make you a creative person. If you're depressed, go to the gym. The real root cause of depression can be solved by... It can be solved by attending talk therapy or getting medicated. Thank you at Tippies. Thank you for the roses. Thank you, Jose, for the heart puff. Gym is just a temporary fix. I can't say it's not good for you though. It definitely is good for you. But if you're dealing with depression, I would highly suggest trying out talk therapy and actually being open to it, because a lot of people are in denial about dealing with their mental health issues, and I think that's a big reason a lot of people don't get the help that they need and they're stuck in situations they don't want to be in. It's usually because they don't want to do the work and do the help on themselves. Which, honestly, I don't blame them, because you getting depression is not your fault, you know? But it is your responsibility, unfortunately, to try to manage that so you don't make it everybody else's problem. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying it's an inconvenience to be depressed. I'm just saying you shouldn't use depression as, like, you shouldn't weaponize it in a way that makes you, like, evil or something. Like, you shouldn't turn into an evil villain, you know what I'm saying? Or, like, cause violence or, you know, make other people suffer what you're suffering. I think you should just learn to work on yourself. Talking to family members can only help if your family members are mentally, like, well. Also, everyone deals with trauma differently. Some people aren't affected by it at all, by things, some can't. But I mean, some people say they aren't affected at all, but I read that as they just suppress their emotions until it all bottles over one day and they explode. So yeah, some people suppress their emotions. I feel like when you deal with trauma though, yeah, everybody's different. And some people say they aren't dealing with anything, you know, or maybe they aren't dealing with anything. Because maybe they grew up in a different environment where they were able to cope in a better way or something, but just like PTSD, depression, addiction to drugs or alcohol, yeah. And did you know that sometimes it's not fat people's fault that they're fat? No, I definitely know that. That's why I think any type of, like, shaming of other people's bodies is dumb. You should just be, you know what I mean? Like, just be yourself. A lot of what you're saying is womanese. How disrespectful are these people? Holy shit. People be soft. It's not even about being soft. What? Like the blanket thinks. He's saying I'm speaking womanese? That's so rude. I turned out just fine. Someone who punches drywall. No, literally. or like they'll be like, you know, I had a really tough childhood, and you know what I do? I just hit the gym, and I get hella pumped up, and I forget about women, and I don't need to work on my emotional health. Look, as much as I think, yes, going to the gym is very therapeutic, there is a root cause to every issue, right? You know how, like, when a tree is dying, it usually has to do with the roots. So you gotta address the root. The root cause of depression is, unfortunately, it can be a combination of things. There's not one set definition as to why somebody develops depression. It's different across everybody, right? So in some people's cases, right, it'll be childhood neglect, traumatic experiences, poverty, you know, emotional abuse, childhood neglect, childhood abuse, physical, you know. Well, I definitely don't think being overweight should be idolized. Well, I don't think so either. But I'm not saying that some people can change. I mean, I don't know. I don't really like talking about people's weight because that's none of my business. And so it might be something to do with their brain. Yeah, for some people it's like a chemical in their brain. But I don't really know if I trust that fully. I think, but yeah, sometimes people don't develop enough serotonin or develop enough like of that. So sometimes it's about their brain chemistry and but for most cases I would say it's prolonged periods of traumatic events or dealing with something really traumatizing. Yeah. Or prolonged childhood neglect, prolonged poverty, prolonged childhood trauma, physical abuse, emotional abuse, a combination of the two. And yeah, if it's a prolonged period of time, you'll probably develop depression that will go into your childhood and affect your adulthood. Because that's when, and then when you get into relationships, that's when your mental health issues really start to show. Because if you can't be a secure individual, or you are, anxious attachment, or you are overly avoidant, those are ways that some people are, I've met people with depression that didn't get the same resources as me. And they pushed me away completely. 1000%. And honestly, I don't blame them because they're dealing with their own issues. And maybe they don't see me as the best person. But I remember really wanting to help them. But unfortunately, the reality of mental health issues is people don't want to get help unless they help themselves. And honestly, I think we were both pretty fucked up. But I think that I tried my best to, you know what I mean? I was definitely very anxiously attached. I have mental health issues too. But some people are like, they will let it affect their relationships, and I let it affect my relationship too. That's how mental health issues can affect your relationships in life. Very interesting, right? Let's make a baby to make depression go away? This guy doesn't know anything about postpartum depression. I'm having a fucking baby. The fuck? The fuck? He said, does it not? He does not do his research. You know that some women get postpartum depression? You know what that means? That some girls after pregnancy, after they get pregnant, they get hella depressed. Like so depressed to the point where like they will literally just be like, I want to have my sorry, that's a little graphic. All right, let me finish doing my makeup. I'm getting a little distracted. Sorry, guys. But yeah, I've met people with depression before, and it's very interesting. But I don't blame them. I think they don't owe me anything. So I think that if they want to throw away something that was nice, and I felt like I was a good person in some ways, maybe not so much, right? And I do have really high standards, so it's hard. And maybe they're probably better off with someone who like has like lower standards or something. But yeah, that sometimes happens, like when you meet people, some people are not healed and they don't care about like healing. And that affects their relationships, And maybe I'm a red flag to some people. No, I do not play with viewers. Bro's been doing her makeup for years. I was talking the entire time. What do you mean? I'm really passionate about this topic because I did a lot of research in college and I learned a lot. What are your standards? I feel like I hear people say that. I hear bare minimum things. I don't want to talk about my standards because they're irrelevant to this topic. I was just talking about a personal experience because I was talking about someone who I feel I don't know if they are diagnosed with depression, but maybe they were, because I don't know. But I shouldn't assume what people's diagnosis is, because I'm probably not accurate, because they need to go to a psychiatrist. But they were definitely showcasing a lot of symptoms, and so was I. I feel like you can only help someone so much, but they have to want to be helped. Exactly. And honestly, there was nothing really bad that I could say or talk about him, other than the fact that he pushed me away. I was trying to help him, but I don't think he wanted to be helped. I think that when you breach that territory, when you start being like you wanna help somebody fix themselves, they start not feeling like a man anymore. And I didn't mean to like emasculate them. I just wanted to share them the knowledge I learned, you know. And I wanted to share them what I learned from my experiences, so that way they could take it into their life and be a better person. I lost my friend. I was depressed for 5 months because I blamed myself for what happened. A motorcycle accident, watching it happen in front of me, knowing there was something I could do. That's very sad, yeah. So sorry for your loss. I've been diagnosed with BPS for years, and I understand. Dang. Yeah, and a lot of people go through really, really traumatic things, you know? And it is the circle of life, but the important thing is that when something bad happens to you, you know, you turn it into a moment of learning, and you turn it into a moment where you can grow from it. Even though, what am I gonna grow from losing my cat? Like, I'm so sad. But in my mind, when I had lost cats in the past, like I would think of my cats like family members. That's the first time I ever dealt with like real loss, and I would cry and I'd cry, and me and my sisters were crying. We lost our cat Pharaoh. He died to heart disease. He was so cute. And Cleo would also be, she was so sad, and seeing Cleo, my cat, Cleo. Cleo. Where's Cleo? She's probably under my bed. Cleo. She doesn't want to come out. Okay. But yeah, like, seeing Cleo sad too, because that was her best friend, was also really hard. But it was nice to know that instead of being pumped up with drugs to stay alive, he could just rest peacefully for the rest of his life. But he didn't have a life anymore, so he's dead. But sorry, I'm saying it like so nonchalantly. But he was so cute. And I think something I learned from that was, at least he, even though he dealt with heart disease and stuff, like, at least he went out peacefully and with no pain. Yeah. He was so cute. He's a great cat. I'm gonna cry now, guys. But yeah, I'm not trying to act like a therapist. I was just trying to guide them based on what I learned. And I also don't like force people to do things. Like, I don't know if that's the vibe I was giving. But I definitely wasn't trying to force that or become like somebody's therapist. It was more so about, oh, I know how to solve this, and I'm a very practical problem solver type person. I feel like I just want to solve the problem, and that'll make things better. But some people just don't want to solve it, so you just have to let people sometimes, like, suffer the consequences, you know? If they want to push everybody in their life away, then that's okay. But they'll eventually learn maybe that wasn't the best choice. And if they don't learn, maybe, you know what I mean? Unless they, like, know you're reliable, you're a dependable person that they rely on or look up to. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, that's why, like, I never really tried to, like, be their therapist. It was more so, like, I was trying to guide them to a therapist, not because I was trying to shame them for how they feel, but when they would deal with things really hard, they completely shut me out. Multiple days at a time. And I just, when you're, like, romantically involved with someone, I don't really understand why you would shut somebody out that is supposed to be, like... And I just didn't understand it. I think because everybody deals with problems differently, but, like, if a guy can go, like, 24 hours, like, not even, like, checking in with me or something, and we're, like, supposed to be dating or something, or about to date or whatever, I just think it's weird, because I personally like men who are, like, obsessed with me. Like, a healthy obsession, though. Like, he just checks in, like, see how's my day going, you know? And then it turns out he was going through something hard. And at first I felt bad, you know, because I was like, dang, if I would have known, I wouldn't have been, like, bombarding him and kind of, you know. And then it happened, like, again. And mind you, this was, like, after I feel like I had become very close and vulnerable with them. And so I felt like that brought us closer together. But, oh, was I wrong? I think that when you do things, you need to make sure that you're becoming vulnerable with only people that you know that they're a safe place. And I found out really quick he was not a safe place anymore. I mean, in some ways he was, but then in some ways he wasn't. I just don't think the way to solve problems or deal with issues is by, like, cutting out the people that are, like, supposed to be people that you care about and that you like. And I felt he treated, like, spending time with me as something that I had to plan. And I just remember thinking, like, wow, I think in my future relationships I definitely want to be with someone who makes an effort, and not trying to badmouth or anything, because, like, I think we were just both young, so it's like I give people the benefit of the doubt, but I'm definitely never gonna deal with something like that again. And yeah, it is really hard to change other people. There's no point in trying to change them. But I also think it's important, like, when you love somebody, to, like, guide them. Because eventually if they come to, like, regret what they decided in their past, or maybe they won't regret it at all, I don't know, because some people never change. If they do come around and regret it, maybe they'll look back to that moment when you told them, hey, if you're dealing with this, this, and this, maybe going to somebody and talking to them is, like, the best thing you can do. Like, I'll even tell my friend, like, because she deals with problems sometimes in her relationship, she'll come to me about it. And I don't try to be, like, a therapist or anything. I just tell her what I think, and I tell her I can't decide for her what, you know, what she should choose for herself. Because at the end of the day, she needs to choose what's best for her, right? And so, and I trust that she's gonna do that. It's just about, like, some people will do that or some people won't, you know? And, like, I think it just depends. If it's eventually if they get tired. Like, for example, so what had happened was her and her boyfriend are just dealing with problems, and I don't know. I personally think that, like, he seems like a good guy on paper. Like, he buys her all the nice things, you know, he treats her properly in that way. You know, he's a provider. He's a little bit older than her. But I think that they just need to communicate more. And I think they need to stop, like, because, you know, those people who, like, they act like, well, I'm just such a bad boyfriend or whatever. Like, first of all, you're a grown man, you know. I think you should never go in a relationship and start being like, oh, poor me, you know, because that's just not okay. And I feel like in a way it's a bit manipulative because now you're making it seem like you're the victim in everything. And when somebody brings up an issue, you can't always play victim. You should know to hold yourself accountable and be thoughtful about how you're, you know, like, and I'm not saying a man is not allowed to feel bad for himself. Like, sometimes men go through really, really tough things too, and they don't have anyone to talk to about it. And I think that's why they deal with depression silently. And that's why they call depression the silent killer. Because if depression goes on and on and on and on for a long period of time untreated, and you don't have anything to live for, and you're not close to anybody that you love, and you have no support system, and so when you're dealing with some of the hardest things in your life, that's why some of the men are the most likely to die to depression, because the end result of depression not being, you know, treated is, unfortunately, they go through so much pain that they feel as if solving it is by ending their lives. But I'm here to tell you that there's so much more out there in life that is so much more worth living, and you should never let, you know what I mean? You shouldn't let the cycle of the symptoms of depression go on for too long. You should eventually get help for yourself, because there are people out there who will love you, and there are people who probably already love you, and you just have to think about them. And I think that's why getting a pet, like a dog or a cat, is so important, because they're like, you'll look at your cat and you'll be like, oh my god, they literally rely on me, you know? And now you have a purpose. I mean, maybe you don't always know what your purpose is, but that's why it's so important to get help, guys. Especially for the guys, but girls too, because girls deal with depression too, obviously. Everybody deals. It just depends on what they grew up with. I think just men like to deal with things alone, and there are also things they're just used to being alone. I know we have a tendency not to ask for help, but I don't understand when people get in a relationship and just don't care for their partner. Like, what's the point? It is a thing you nurture and have to put effort in. I agree. Bro was like 12. I'm 24 years old. Talking about. Also, don't ever shame on people who are younger. Did you know that younger generations are actually going to be smarter than you? Women offer used kitty and constant headaches. Alright, bro. This guy's a freak. Makeup's not needed to play, and being an asshole is not needed as well. But we all have our own vices, do we? What an asshole. Let me do my makeup. I'm a girl. I like to do my makeup. You know what I mean? You're an asshole. If you can't handle a baddie, just say that. You know what I mean? Like, you're a freak. Anyway. My cat cheers me up every day, and yeah. Me too. Every day when I walk into my room. We don't have people constantly asking us what's going on in our minds, or people checking in on us. It's something most men aren't used to. Which they need to, which you have to understand though. That's why when men get into marriages, their life expectancy goes up and they make more money, because their mental health is so much better when they have somebody there to talk to about the things that they go through. They can't reject that forever, because if you continue rejecting it forever, it's eventually going to eat you alive and it's going to swallow you fucking whole. So, it gets me so angry. Like, I feel bad for them, because I'm like, yeah, okay, they don't like to be open to women and stuff, but you have to understand there are some women and there are some men who will be there to listen to you talk. You know what I'm saying? You just have to learn to open up a little bit, and at your own pace, obviously. Don't feel pressured to open up to some random person, because if you open up to the wrong person, you're cooked. because then they're gonna start telling you weird things, you know? But, and it is a little hard for people to accept help, but you need to push past that if you want better for yourself. You know what I mean? Call it pride or stubbornness. I call it being stubborn, but a lot of people who deal with mental health issues are very stubborn. They are very stubborn because it's like a cat. It's like a stray cat. When they're out there in the world and they've been hurt and they've been, they're looking for food and they're scared. Like, have you seen those videos where the people catch cats and stuff? These cats are absolutely terrified for their life. But then they eventually learn, when they're given a little food, that it's okay, that it's a safe place, that we're here to protect you too, your mental health. And I feel like some of the most successful men in the world, like think of like Ninja and his wife, Jessica, right? He always talks about how the marriage is so important to his career and how he wouldn't be able to do the things that he does. Like, obviously, he's still successful on his own, right? But having that, like, sturdy rock of a wife that is there to stand up for himself and do everything to be his manager and help him and have his best interests at heart. Now that's not just a wife to him. That's not just somebody he can come home to and have comfort and happiness. That is somebody who is a partner, who is his partner in crime. You know what I'm saying? And I think men know what is good in life. They know what's good for them, but they obviously reject it because they've dealt with rejection before. They don't want to meet up to the standards that, you need to meet up to in order to handle being with a woman. But if you just empower yourself and you just work yourself to be the best version of yourself, eventually you're going to attract the right woman, Because let me tell you, there are gonna be women who are like, oh, when they see you cry, they're gonna be angry. There's a lot of women out there that would be angry at you if you cry, which is super fucked up. And I think if you get mad at someone for crying, like, unless they're doing it in a manipulative way, but most of the time when people are crying, it's because they're actually dealing with stuff. But if you get mad at a man for crying, you're fucked up. Like, you're fucked up. And, like, that's what I mean by both men and women can be fucked up. You know what I mean? Call it pride or something. I don't like make people worry for us. We don't like being a problem. But that's not being a problem. That's the biggest misconception about mental health issues, is thinking that you are the problem because you're dealing with something hard. If ever somebody makes you feel bad or feel like a burden because you're dealing with something hard, those are people you do not want to surround yourself with. Because what happens when your cat dies or your dog dies? What are they gonna say? Oh, just get over it. Oh, mommy, I'm gonna kill myself. Sorry. You don't understand men's mental health, so don't try to woman explain. I'm not trying to woman explain. I'm just saying what I would do if I were them. But he has a point. I'm not a man, so I wouldn't understand what they're dealing with. He has a point, but I'm not woman explaining. What? I'm not saying it's a girl issue. That's our own issue. Is a good chunk of the time. Yeah. I'm not saying what men should do. You can take you can take this conversation and you can completely throw it out the window if you would like, because I'm not telling what anyone needs to do. I'm just saying that it would probably make your life better if you let people help you. In general. I'm not just saying that you know what I mean? Like, if you're a man. I'm saying if you're a woman too, and you're dealing with horrible things, like even me, I need to go to therapy, but I've been rejecting therapy for a minute because it's expensive. I gotta pay $200 a month. I'm not doing that. I'm putting $200 in pomegranates. And I probably should get therapy. But I don't take my own advice. I'm just a coach. When will you let someone help you though? I don't know. I have been journaling though, and I had a really good therapist for a minute. It was like a couple months ago. I went to therapy, and she was like a teacher, and so she would give me homework, and I would start doing my therapy like homework. One of my therapy homework, guys, was how to set better boundaries and how to feel like an example of times where I have not respected my own boundaries. And I wrote it down, and then it was like a journal prompt, and I wrote down the time that I didn't respect my own boundary, and then I wrote down an example of when I'm gonna set a boundary. So I put when people keep asking me personal questions on screen or something, like super personal, like where do I live, like my city and stuff, and I put, I'm not gonna respond, I'm gonna block them. And I'm not gonna feel bad about it. No guilt. No guilt. No guilt. Therapy's not a scam, guys. It is not a scam. It is expensive, so, but you could, it's not always a scam. I actually really liked my therapist. She was good. Why is it always like whenever I've had therapists, it's always black women who are so good at giving therapy. Like she was so good, and she's a teacher too, and she was a black woman. And I purposefully picked on BetterHelp like people of color, so maybe that's why I feel like I relate to. But I also feel like they're so smart. You know what I mean? They are so smart. And she has such a good strategy on how to like help me with my problems and stuff. And she and she would put it into homework because she was a teacher. So then I felt like I was low-key doing like skills and stuff, you know? Streaming should have an age limit, bruh. Also, lots of love art community. What was the strategy? So she would help me do journal prompts, and she would give me homework. I think just some people's standards for relationships, men and women can be real shallow. That or the responsibility or commitment it takes. Yeah, true. Some people can be shallow. But I also feel like some people, they only want to hear one thing. Like, you know, like for example, like when I say it's important that a man gets his money up and not his funny up, it's because when I'm thinking about dating a man, I'm thinking about dating for marriage, right? And so if I'm thinking about dating for marriage and he can't even provide for himself, let alone me, how does he expect to provide for a child? You know, I just think it's unrealistic to expect a relationship with a woman where she wants marriage and she wants a child, and then you can't give that to her. Like, I remember I straight up met this guy, and we were getting seafood boil, and he made me feel bad for getting me seafood boil because it was a little bit more on the expensive side, but I was like, and I just didn't leave yet because I wasn't sure, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but then he dead ass looked me in the eye, and he was like, what do you think, I'm gonna get you a house or something? And I'm like, where am I gonna have a baby? Next to Taco Bell? Like, where am I gonna have the baby? In a Taco Bell? Where am I gonna raise this child? In a Taco Bell? This guy wanted 3 kids. Or no, sorry, not 3 kids. He wanted kids in 3 years. And he straight up looked me dead ass in the eye and he was like, what do you think? What do you expect me to get you a house or something? I was like, I mean, if we're getting married, where am I having the kid? In a Taco Bell? Alright, I don't know if I like this. And so I remember thinking to myself, yeah, I'm never having kids with this guy. And thank God, guys. Thank God I got out of that, because thank the Lord baby Jesus, because I don't think I could ever have a kid with a man and he expects to not even make a home. come on, bro. Like, I don't think he even understood what he was saying. But I'm so glad that I'm out of that. I'm so glad. I'm not saying he needs to like have a couple million for a house. I'm just saying, like, there's HOA loans. There's loans you can pull out. If he is that financially struggling where he can't even provide a home, but then he wants 3 kids, I find that to be quite selfish. Because how is that kid gonna be raised? Now, I think it's quite selfish. Because it is the bare minimum for a man to work hard, and if he wants kids, well, then he needs to create a home. What, is she gonna create a home when she's 9 months pregnant? I don't think that's physically possible. You're a kid yourself. You shouldn't be worried about having kids. No, exactly. That's why, like, thank God I got out of that. Gold digger. Bruh. You're basically saying you want women to have kids and then not have a home that they grow up in. What else do you not want to do? Provide for your kid to go to college? Yeah, not gonna happen. I'm not raising kids with a man who can't take accountability. Excuse me? You're fucking ridiculous. Because you can literally get a home based off of a loan. You just work hard for a couple years, and she could probably, you know, the thing is that's crazy, guys, it's because the reason I thought it was so disappointing was he literally dead ass wanted kids in 3 years. Dead ass. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying he needs to be a millionaire. I'm just saying he needs to be financially stable enough to one day afford some type of home, whether it's a condo or something, like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know how you expect to have kids, and then you can't even provide a home for them. What else are you not going to be able to provide? My epidural? What, am I just going to have a childbirth at home? First of all, get me that epidural. Second of all, I'm having that epidural because I'm not giving birth to a child that's going to be in a... I'm not giving birth in Taco Bell. What? You know what I mean? That's why there is a declining birth rate, because some of y'all don't even want to take it down. If you want to provide, you have to be willing to be a homemaker. Exactly. And me giving birth is exactly that. And taking care of the child, you know? And being a nurturer. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's not the money. It's the drive to get the money, or the passion, really. That's what my wife told me. Exactly, Tech. It's not about being a millionaire. It's about the fact that he straight up told me he would never be able to get a house for me. And I was like, well, not for me, but for us, for our family, you know? Like, you get what I'm saying? The fact that he was so convinced he would never be able to afford it, I was like, okay, I'm not having kids then. Because what else? Is he going to make me pay for my ring too? What else is he going to make me pay for? The ring? So I'm basically marrying myself at this point. I might as well just go be single. You know what I mean? You can't have a homemaker, lol. You can be whatever you want. Exactly. And how are you going to expect to bring a child into this world and be so selfish as to not even give them a nice, comfortable home to live in? I'm not saying they need $1 million mansion, okay? I'm just saying have financial stability, because have financial stability, you know? Because if you have, and the thing is, he probably the thing is, guys, he was probably capable of having a home too. But it's just the very mindset behind the fact that he didn't even want to try. He didn't even want to try. He had such a lack mindset and belief system that he didn't even want to try. You know what I mean? And if he isn't financially stable yet, he shouldn't be expecting children. I'm sorry. What? Why do you want a child to be brought up in the world to suffer? With no home? No growing up in a home? Oh my god. And then you expect a woman to do all of the work? It's crazy. Because the thing is, no. There are women out there who have houses. There's no excuse. And I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. I'm not saying you're gonna like get a house overnight. But you need to stop letting that victim mindset get the best of you. Because if you have a victim mindset forever, good women are gonna leave you. They're not gonna want kids with you. And I'm so glad, guys, I got out of that relationship. No, baby, I'm good. I'm set for life. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, even taking care of yourself is like taking care of a child. You know? Thank you, Darkness, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. And you can even get a townhome. Like, you know what's crazy, guys? Before I had met that guy, I actually met a guy before that. He was being resourceful. He didn't come from a lot of money, but you know what this guy, his idea was? He was like, we should get a plot of land and we should get an RV. And you know what? Hey, at least he's not complaining about not building like a home or building a place to live. Like, at least he was thinking. He was thinking about, okay, where do I want to live, where it's gonna be financially stable. At least he was like, yeah, I'm gonna get this plot of land, I'm gonna put an RV in there, we're gonna get, you know what I mean? It's like when those birds, they build a nest for their girlfriend, but not their girlfriend, their wife, to give birth to the little birds. Do you want it to just fall out of the tree with no nest? Oh my god, you're setting them up for failure at that point. You're putting them in the negatives. It's absolutely ridiculous. Church, thank you for the prime. or something. You know what I mean? Something. I don't think I'm being illogical. I just think those people have a lack mindset. And the thing is, chat, I believed in him more than he believed in himself. In terms of like giving him, like, I thought he would be capable of doing that. Genuinely. I was 100% confident that he would be able to do something like that. It's the very fact that he didn't even believe in himself and he just verbatim was like, I'm never gonna be able to get a house for you. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm not having any fucking kids then. Fuck that shit. Where am I gonna give birth? Anyway, church, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the hot cocoa, Omega. Thank you, Nullis, for the 100 gift. Holy shit, how much was that hot cocoa gift? And look, I'm not saying you have to have it all figured out. That's why loans exist. That's why house loans exist. Okay, guys, because not everyone has it figured out. But if they get that loan, hey, that loan, and then you pay it off, you get your shit together, you know, you have a stable form of income that you can pay off the loan, you know, eventually you pay it off, you know, then you need to stop, like, you know what I mean? Don't, like, make it other people's problem, you know, because at the end of the day, if you want kids, it comes at a cost. You can't raise a kid, like, in Taco Bell. You need to raise your kid properly, you know? I agree with you besides getting a loan. I mean, see, because there's nothing wrong with getting like an HOA, like homeowner's loan. Because sometimes if you get a good deal, it doesn't gain as much interest. And you can actually get a good solid, but there's so many different homeowner, like, options. And you definitely don't need like the fanciest home in the bunch. And the thing is too, some girls will also settle if you can even just have an apartment, like. But as long as you're financially responsible and you can provide a place for them to live, then I feel like that's better than anything. But honestly, having an apartment is I mean, it's a good temporary option, but I feel like the real investment is like eventually getting like, you know what I mean, getting a home. Even if it's like a condo, I feel like I wouldn't mind a condo. As long as like, yes, because having a home is so amazing. How do you like what? I just feel like you shouldn't have kids if you can't afford a home, you can't afford kids. It's simple. Simple. You can't afford a home, you can't afford kids. You know how much it costs to have a kid in the United States of America? Guys. What? Don't be like this, because you know it's actually more expensive to have a kid than it is to have a home, right? So I find it to be extremely selfish and irresponsible to have a kid before you're even ready. Like, you can definitely make it work with an apartment, but... And it depends where you live, obviously, yeah. But like, what? And that's what I mean by like, some people don't deserve to have kids. Because if you're listening to what I'm saying and you're like, well, my kid's just gonna get what they get and not throw a fit. First of all, your kid never asked to be in this world. Second of all, would you rather them start in the negatives in society, or would you want them to be proud of you that you worked hard enough to get that house, to work hard for that? I don't know. I just feel like it's a bit selfish to bring up kids when you're not even ready in that way. We would literally, even in America, one of the richest places, have low population if people in apartments didn't have kids. What are you talking about? I just think you don't know how to take care of a kid if you can't provide them a home. Kids are ungrateful. Kids never asked to be born. Kids never asked to be born. So who's the ungrateful one? It's not a flex to make kids be brought up in an environment where... Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be in an apartment. I'm saying you should treat being in an apartment like a temporary situation, because eventually the end goal should be to eventually get a home. Whether it's you move to Texas and it's more affordable, or you go to like Japan, you know, and you find something there. You can't even call them ungrateful. When you were the one who decided for them to live here, you gotta take some responsibility. You cannot say they're ungrateful. That's how you know they literally hate your kids. Because imagine saying your kid is ungrateful because they, you know what I mean? They didn't even ask to be here. You're not even providing them a good home. They didn't even ask to be here. That's why some people don't deserve to have kids. Because if you can't understand where I'm coming from, you don't deserve, you know. I feel like kids should be brought up in a stable home with stable money, food, shelter, and... Okay, sure, it's fine if they live in an apartment for a temporary, but it's like... What about like a nice little condo? Like a nice little condo would honestly be okay too. A nice little condo would be nice. Even like that guy said, he was like... Texas prices have gone up from all the people fleeing California. Yeah. That's why America's horrible. That's why I think it's really selfish to have kids. And not be ready for that. Because what kind of life are you giving a kid if you can't even have... Like, it's okay to live in an apartment temporarily, you know? But then when you get older, you know... There is a point where it's like, I don't think you should be having kids if you can't even afford a house. Because it's actually more expensive to have a kid than it is to have a house. It's often more expensive to raise a child in the US than to pay a typical mortgage or rent, especially due to soaring childcare costs, which can exceed housing experiences in many states. Though, overall, annual child raising costs, including housing, food, healthcare, also add up significantly over 18 years old. While buying a house is a huge one-time investment, the ongoing monthly costs for childcare, food, and other necessities often surpass housing payments. Casey, thank you for the 1500 level ship. Holy moly! Thank you. And so, don't you think that's just more of a logical approach? That you should focus on getting a stable home, even if it's just a condo. Yeah, okay, some girls are okay with an apartment or a condo. I just don't believe men when they say they can't afford a house. Like, I just don't believe them, because I think that they're wasting my time when they say that they can't afford a house. Because at that point, it's like, how do they expect to raise a kid? What happens if I'm not there? What if I die in childbirth? What's gonna happen to my kids if I end up with a man who says he can't even afford a house? They're probably gonna be suffering too. Yeah, condos are nice. Yeah, condos are nice. There's nothing wrong with an apartment. I'm not saying anything's wrong, but I'm just saying, like, if the thing is, apartments are not the same cost as homes. And okay, so to put things in perspective, if raising a kid is more expensive than having a house, don't you think you should probably focus on getting a house first? And then once you get a house, once you get that house and you have a stable place where somebody can live, you can take care of your wife, you can take care of your family even. Don't you think that's when the time is ready to settle down? It's like building a nest for your girl bird. Your girl bird, you build a nest. And there's nothing wrong with an apartment. Some girls are fine with an apartment. I personally think when a guy says all he can afford is an apartment, I want a house if I'm going to be giving birth. No thanks. And I've actually met men who are homeowners before. So, and when I tell you, they provide for their girl. They provide, okay? And because I've met those type of men in my life, I am not settling for anything less. Sorry, not sorry. I just don't believe in it. I'm not gonna settle in life, because that's not what my children deserve. My children deserve stability, and they deserve somebody who wants to work hard. Because the thing is too, guys, I hope that one day I can also be a homeowner too. And I don't look at that as being something that will never happen. You know what I mean? I look at it as like, it might seem very unattainable, especially in California, but I would love to be a homeowner here too. You know what I mean? It definitely seems unattainable, but it's possible, you know? And I just don't think my kids deserve that. Working hard to like go money. Yes, it does. Sometimes. Tell me one time hitting on a streamer has actually paid off. Don't be weird. Lol. Literally. Hitting on me is not gonna work. So love has nothing to do with it. It's all about his worth and possessions. That's a gaslighting technique that men who can't provide you anything will tell you. Because that's what manipulation is. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here's the tutorial on manipulation, everybody. So when a man says he loves you, but then doesn't do anything to prove it or show that he loves you, he is lying to you. He's trying to see how much he can get away with by telling you that he loves you without doing anything. So he's making it more convenient for him by telling you that he loves you and trying to convince you that that's all that needs to make a relationship work. That's classic D1 manipulation, because manipulators, you know what they do? They do this thing where they tell you they're gonna do something for you, but then they never do it. That's what they do. And then they get mad at you for having high expectations, but then they end up never getting shit done because that's how they live their life. All they can afford to do is manipulate you. Hi, I'm Jones. What was that reaction? I'm sorry. So you're telling me that men gotta pay for the dates, buy a house, and pay rent while you do what? Exist. That's how you know a guy never respected you in the first place, guys. If he tells you, what do you bring to the table? He doesn't think women bring anything to the table at all. Because he doesn't see the value in women. Do you know that people in China, men in China, the way that they court women, they have to provide a home, they have to provide the ring, they have to provide paying for the marriage in order to get somebody's daughter's hand in marriage. Did you know that? Yeah. So, I'm gonna date a Chinese man. That's what I'm gonna do. Did you know back in the olden days, men used to worship women? Like, not like in a, oh, they're your god, but like, they used to treat women like with the utmost respect. Yeah, I'm moving to China. Hell yeah. The fuck? You know, and then men in Russia. Did you know, guys, men in Russia, they, when they're asked, do they provide for their woman? They say yes. So maybe a Russian man or a Chinese man I will go with. An American man, though? Fuck no! Fuck no! They have to pay the family as well to prove that they have enough to take care of her. Exactly! Hey, and if I'm falling for any propaganda, that's the propaganda I'm falling for. Rage baiting Master 3000. Good luck with that. People always threaten me with a good time. They're like,
with those standards, you're gonna be single for the rest of your life.
hey, don't threaten me with a good time now. You know the happiest demographic in the world is single women? Happy as can be. And second place, happiest demographic for women, second place is women in happy marriages where they're getting what they want in the marriage. So if a woman is happy in their marriage, that's second place. And then the first place is women who are single. Oh my god. Oh my lordy lord. You know what I mean? And then you want to know the happiest statistic for men? Married men with children. Now I'm gonna let you, reflect on that, okay? So when you say,
oh my god, you're gonna be single for the rest of your life,
you think it's a hate comment. I see it as something like, oh, thank God, by golly, by me, I don't have to deal with a man who thinks I'm gonna give birth to children with no home. No, thank you. I want to go to Japan. Let's get a house in Japan. I'm not saying he has to get a house for me in California. I know the houses here are like $250,000. Whatever, who cares? Now let's go to Japan though. And if he could provide my house, I just want a house. Because where am I gonna give birth? In Taco Bell? I'm not giving birth in Taco Bell, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to give birth to Taco Bell. That sounds horrible. That sounds like someone's gonna see my good goop dussy. You know what I mean? When I'm giving birth. A hospital? You know how much it costs to give birth to a child? Look it up. Look it up. How much does it cost to give birth in the United States of America? I'm just trolling you guys. I'm so sorry. Look it up. Look it up. In the United States, it is $18,865 For those with health insurance, the average out-of-pocket expense is significantly lower at $2,000 and $854. Oh, that doesn't sound too bad. But how's he gonna get good insurance if he doesn't even have a kid? Okay, thank you for the... You look like a kid. Thank you for the $6 super chat. Oh my gosh, my chat's going crazy today. Yeah, but how do you expect to get insurance if you don't even have a good job? Wait, someone just tipped me $5? We aren't in China, but I respect the game. Glad. Get you a house, lol. A little return to traditionalism would be good. Seriously, best of luck. Thank you. I just want a house, because I'm not giving birth to a child in Taco Bell, personally, but it's up to you guys if you want. If you want a house in Taco Bell, that's your choice. I love Taco Bell, but not that much, you know? You can get insurance. Yeah. Insurance isn't super expensive. That's good. But I think a lot of people ignore after giving birth. After you give birth, you know you have to take care of that child for 18 years. And over time, obviously it's not one big payment of like $1 million, but over time, having a child and raising them is really pricey. You know what I mean? And I think the least you can do for your child is provide for them to have somewhere to live, somewhere to eat, and somewhere to drink water, eat food. And hey, it can be an apartment, but I don't know. I've met men who have houses before. I kinda want a house. I kinda want a house. Thank you for the on-screen celebration, Kid Fake. I thought it's not $1 million to give birth, but I'm talking about like the aftercare. Like, so after you decide to give birth to a child and you take care of it for 18 years, you definitely need to be financially stable. Because what are you gonna do? Wake up one day and then you can't have food for your children? You're basically making it their problem that they were born when they never asked to be born. Put me back in the womb. Suck me back up in the womb. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here if I don't have food. I need food. I need food. I need... I need snacks. Look guys. Look, I got myself some strawberries. I got myself some lemonade. What would you do if your kid said that to you? You know, I think a lot of people need to understand being the parent that thinks your child is ungrateful is crazy because you were the one who decided for them to be there. So technically, you owe them everything. They owe you nothing. Maybe some respect, yeah? But technically, expecting your children for anything other than like a respect and, you know, have good manners but you decide to raise that child. When you decide to raise that child, the way you raise it, that's your choice. I would raise them to be respectful, but I would also raise them to never feel bad that I have to pay for things or that I have to afford for them to have a good life. Because I owe them that by giving birth to them and I owe them a good life. Because they didn't ask to be in this world. So technically, by you getting mad at them and saying they're ungrateful, like you basically just say you hate your child. This pimple patch is getting too crazy right now. I got a pimple on my forehead. Please ignore. And you know what? Yeah, your kids are probably gonna hate your guts sometimes at some point. But I think the least you can do is provide for them. Like, provide them a home, provide them to go to school. That's the least you could do.
You are like Papa.
I got a big old freaking pimple on my forehead, guys, and it hurts so freaking bad, man. Guys, this pimple is way too big on my fucking forehead right now. I should have pulled off the pimple patch. Now I need to go find my other pimple patches, and I don't know where it is. And I lost it. We're gonna let it breathe today. I'm not saying you need to have $1 million in your bank account. I'm just saying you need to be ready, and you can't make it a kid's issue when they decide nothing. You were the one who conceived them. You are responsible for taking care of them. Time when children really appreciate what their parents did for them is when they move out and look back on what they did for them. But like, even I think it's crazy when parents like kick out their kids and stuff. Like, even when they're just 18 years old. Like, I think that is child neglect. Genuinely. Because it doesn't matter that they're an adult. You can teach them to be independent, but also realize that they always have somebody to rely on. I think it's childhood neglect to always like let them suffer. I think if you give them a little independence, like, I'm not paying for your bills or your insurance or your phone bill or your this or your that, you know, and if they want to go decide to get an apartment, I'm not paying for that. You got to go do that yourself. But you are welcome to live here. That is a real provider parent. But if they're like older and they're actually making money and stuff, then like it's not a bad thing for the parents to ask for rent sometimes. But I've literally met kids where like I met this Nepo baby and it changed my life. She looked me dead ass in the eye after I told her that I pay rent. And she looked me dead ass in the eye and she was like, I don't know if she's a Nepo baby actually, I don't know. I think she just came from money. She had a really good like childhood. Like she well, I don't know if she had a fully good childhood. I just know that she came from a good parent, like good family where the dad made a lot of money, I think. And so they were able to travel, you know, and do the thing that they want to do. I don't know if she was a Nepo baby, but I think she was just really she had a really good parents. And she looked at me dead ass in the eye and she was like, dang, I don't understand why parents make their kids pay rent. And it made me realize, wow, there are some kids who exist out there who don't even have to fucking pay rent. That's actually, give me those parents. Adopt me right now. Adopt me, please. I don't know if she was a rich kid though, because she definitely wanted to work hard and do her own thing and have her own independence. So it's not like being in that environment made her like less independent. She actually, with what she was raised with, she's inspired to chase her dreams and chase a career that's gonna give her money. So it's not even like her being in the environment made her not want to work, or you know what I mean? She actually wanted to work so hard and she wanted to be like very ambitious. And so when I met her, I was like, wow, like I can't imagine what it's like to be in that environment where your parents pay for everything and like, and you just, all you have to worry about is like focusing on what matters to you and like what you can do to make your impact on the world. And it made me realize that she was 18 years old. It made me realize like all the work I had to go through, I could have achieved everything she has been achieving and getting really good at a significantly younger age if I would have never had to be independent. and never had to do things on my own. Like, it made me realize the fact that she's brought up in that environment, that she's actually way better off. You know what I mean? But in some ways, I am grateful for being independent, but I also think it's fucked up that, like, parents make their kids pay for things like that. I think that's crazy. And I just remember thinking, like, she looks so happy. She has such a good relationship with her parents and her family, and they genuinely support her. When I was growing up and I did soccer, nobody believed in me. The only person who believed in me was my stepmom. And that really fucked up my, like, self-image. I wanted to pursue, like, professional soccer. And I remember nobody would show up to my games because they just didn't have their shit figured out. They couldn't make time for me. And I remember, like, wow, like, when she did something cool, her parents immediately, they had the time, the energy to spend on her and give her, like, that fulfillment, you know, and give her that empowerment. And I don't think parents realize that they need to support their kids in all that they do. And that's why I think it's selfish to have kids when you can't even afford them. Because how can you not even afford them? You're not going to even have time to go to their soccer game. You're not going to have time to believe in them. And I just became so jealous. I was like, damn, I wish I had that fucking, you know? Because I just needed that support. That's all I wanted. Because just supporting your kids, even just a little bit, like, it's good. Like, they will want to work harder. They will be more ambitious, you know what I mean? Because they have you. They have your support. You know what I mean? It is fucked up. If you think you should just throw out your kids into the real world and not be there to support them, you're a fucked up person. You fucked up. You are fucked up. That's not support. That is child neglect. Literally. Yeah, it was helpful that my mom supported when I did sports, even in high school. Yeah, because it's like, some people see it differently, though, is not enrolling you into sports, not supporting. But the fact that they wouldn't even, like, show up to my games is crazy. They wouldn't even show up to anything. You know what I mean? That's child neglect. And they didn't enroll me in soccer. I enrolled myself, you know? Being thrown out in the world at a young age is actually child neglect. But a lot of people are not ready for that conversation. Because they think they did right by throwing their kids out into the real world and getting them prepared for the real... You are an asshole. And you just say you hate your kids, you know? Because the thing is, too, it's like, at that point, you might just suck me back up into the womb, you know what I mean? I don't care, like, if other people say it different, though. Because the thing is, like, kids just don't have it all together at 18. I don't care what anyone says, yeah. And in my opinion, it's just like, I don't know, imagine being so, like, you know what I mean? So entitled. Like, the least you can do is provide a good upbringing for your child and provide for them. Like, do stuff for your life. It's like getting mad that you have to, like, pay for your kids' food. Or, like, getting mad that you have to, like, provide them a home. I think it's the same thing with all the things that they're ambitious about. You should provide them a stable, secure, like supportive, you know what I mean? Like a platform. A foundation. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. You have to secure a foundation so that way they have something to fall back on. A safety net, right? I'm not Indian. I just have a zit on my forehead. This is why I need to go get a pimple patch. Hold on, guys. Like even just my parents putting me in school was one of the best decisions they did for me, because when I had that opportunity to go to school, like obviously in some ways they neglected my my extracurriculars, but also I have a very privileged life in terms of I went to a very good school, and if my parents didn't put me in this very good school, I wouldn't be as smart as I am today. You know what I mean? You can't just say this. You don't know everyone's situation. But you can have kids if you're in a bad situation. Whatever that situation is, if your situation is so bad that you can't even provide for your kid, why do you have them and then get mad at them that they have certain needs? That's selfish, and that's negligence. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, so I'm not saying my parents didn't do anything. That isn't your yes, it is. If you don't think it's negligence, then you're just an enabler of abuse, in my opinion. It's like saying spanking isn't generational abuse. Spanking is literally generational abuse. I don't care if you know how many people online joke about their generational abuse. I just think the least they can do is provide a foundation. And I think the fact that my parents put me in school, like that was the best thing they could have done. But I just wish they had supported my extracurriculars a little bit more. But as I've grown up, I've realized that I don't need anybody else to support me. I have me, and I have my older sister, and I have my best friend, and they all support my content creator career. And even though it's hard for some of them to understand my job, I at some point stopped caring about whether or not I gained approval from people who, you know, couldn't really support you. Did they not support you now? No. No. And you know what? Sometimes I see it as like a blessing in disguise, because I think this is a learning lesson. I feel like people can learn from my experience, and instead of like calling me ungrateful, you should look at this and think. Ask yourself this. Do you think a kid should ever have to worry about paying rent or thinking about rent? Do you think that it is fucked up to blame your kids for having to pay rent? And I just want you to answer that question. Yes or no? Do you think it's fucked up? I think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up to blame your kids for paying rent. Why? Because you decided to have kids. That is the consequences of your actions. You decided to have kids. Why are you blaming your kids for having to do something that you signed up to do? You know? And so, even though I see sometimes my independence as a blessing in disguise, I do feel envious of other people who have a really supportive family in all that they do. You know what I mean? It's fucked up and it's child negligence to bring up your kid and make them worry about things that are your adult responsibilities, you know? You know what I mean? And to make it your kid's fault that you have to take on a certain responsibility is child negligence. And I know a lot of people don't want to come to terms with that, but it's the truth. And that's why I feel so passionately about if I ever have kids, I'm gonna make sure that they're provided for. And that's gonna go into the decision that I make on the type of man that I meet. Because I don't ever want them to have to go through the things that I gone through. And I don't think that it made my life significantly better. I don't think that I genuinely think, guys, it has only held me back in life. And even though I have come to success, I feel as though it wasn't because of my upbringing. It was more so because I had eventually had to get help. And then when I got help, I started slowly improving. And I had an all or nothing survival mindset. So everything I treated in life growing up was survival. It wasn't about being ambitious. It was about survival. You know what I mean? And so that's why I would never bring up kids in an environment where they ever have to worry about bills or worry about rent. I would make sure that they have a solid foundation because that's what they deserve. You know what I mean? I don't know, I'm crying. Sorry. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, kids deserve the Goopa. Exactly. Some people do what they can with what they have. And yeah, if you are doing what you can with what you have, you need to focus on yourself. You can't have kids and then expect them to, you know what you're doing? You know what you're doing? You're literally okay with your kids suffering because of your lack of responsibility. And I can't name something more selfish in the world than that. And it's very important that you take some accountability, especially when you make real life adult decisions. Hyper independence isn't as good as people make it out to be. And being forced in a situation where you have to be hyper independent is not ideal. It is not something people should romanticize. And I think that people need to stop romanticizing child negligence and child abuse. Because there are so many underlying issues that come with child neglect and child abuse. And it's something that goes unnoticed all the time. Like, you see how many people romanticize physical abuse in Hispanic upbringings, and they would laugh in my face talking about this. But the reality, child abuse is child abuse. It doesn't matter if it came from your parent. You know what I mean? And so, and it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, abuse is abuse. And people need to stop justifying it and romanticizing it. Because it's fucked up. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with not being responsible with, you know, providing a home for your child. It's a lot deeper than just wanting materialistic things. But of course, men who can't provide things will always assume that you're a materialistic woman when you decide to choose something better for your children. Because they always make it about you when you decide for something. You know what I mean? They make it about you because they're manipulating you. That's all they can afford to do. You know? But it's not to say that men who have money aren't manipulative. They can be. But for the most part, when a child deals with that That's fucked up. And it's a lot more, it's a lot deeper than you know what I mean? It's a lot deeper than that. No, it wasn't my dad. My dad was just emotionally neglectful and emotionally abusive. But surprisingly, I only dealt with physical abuse on my mom's side and from my mom's grandparents. I had dealt with physical abuse. And eventually, thankfully, the court made it so that way if we had any bruises on our body, we were, you know, it would mess with the, you know what I mean, custody. And so eventually the physical abuse went away. And that's what I mean about you shouldn't have kids when you're not ready. If you aren't mentally well and you resort to physical abuse, well then you're just making your kids suffer. And that's fucked up. You know what I mean? And they develop mental health issues. You know what I mean? And so I would even like, it's crazy guys, I would even like go on TikTok and I would like stream and my mom would be screaming at me, and then everybody in the chat would be like, well, that's your mom, you have to just take it. And I was just like, wow, people are really fucked up. People are really fucked up individuals. You know what I mean? When that was literally like my cry for help, like so many people ignored that and were very ignorant to what had actually happened. Anyway, but thankfully I am not in that situation anymore. Yeah, I'm okay, guys. Pretty crier though, period. Thank you. And that's why I feel so passionately about this topic. Because exactly, breaking the cycle is important. Breaking the cycle of generational trauma will help for your future kids to not ever deal with something that you deal with. Do you understand what I mean? That's what you should do, you know? Yeah, I'm okay. And that's why I have such a passionate way of thinking, because I genuinely think that once you find the right person, they're going to want to help you build that good foundation for your kids. And you might not be perfect. I'm not saying parents need to be perfect, but I definitely think they need to be more responsible. It's important to be responsible. And that's all that I care about. And I think this generation is doing a better job of that. Yeah, and I feel like people just need to stop having like a lack mindset though. Like that's another thing. Have like a growth mindset, and then eventually you will provide for your family and then it'll be okay. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just, you know, when you relive trauma, you end up crying. Sorry, I don't know. I shouldn't apologize for crying. I don't know, I'm apologizing. I'm just getting mad also that this fucking zits on my forehead. sorry. But yeah, nobody should be brought up in that type of environment. And honestly, I don't think there's any safe place. I think that life's just gonna be challenging, and I feel like being hyper independent has definitely taught me some interesting things, and it's caused me to be very, very independent. But I also think, you know, it's important that I messed up my makeup. Oh, let me fix it. I just think people need to fake tears. Oh, brother. If these are fake tears, I'm a good actress. I should be an actress. No, I just sometimes snap out of it when I'm crying. I don't like to be vulnerable, and then I get a vulnerability hangover. That's what my therapist said. She said sometimes you regret being vulnerable and then you get a vulnerability hangover. And I was like, oh my god, that's literally me. It's not good to be super vulnerable to people, random people online all the time. But sometimes there's really compassionate people, and then sometimes there's people who like will say that you're crying to garner sympathy or something. Honestly, don't feel bad for me though, guys. My life is really good. I mean, obviously sometimes it's bad, but you know, for the most part I've gotten out of really bad situations, and I feel really grateful that I don't have a child. Sometimes I think about how like my life could be bad. My life can be bad in some ways, but then I think about how at least I'm not, you know, dragging a kid down with me. At least I'm getting out of that situation, and I'm, you know, like, thank God I'm out of that situation, you know, now. But I wouldn't have been able to do that if I wasn't independent, you know. So I'm glad to be independent in some ways. But then she thinks about the Japan fund going up. What? It's a vulnerability hangover. It's like when you feel horrible after you just spilled your guts and were vulnerable for a second. I'm here now, Jess. No, it's okay. I'm okay, guys. I truly believe that breaking the generational trauma we were taught as children is incredibly beneficial for the next generation. I agree. And that's why I never teach my little niece anything that I've learned as a kid. Yeah, because like it's important not to teach them anything like bad, but I'm here now. Thank you. Never apologize for anything. If you gotta say something, say it. Vent out and get those feelings out, because the day you start feeling nothing or numb is no bueno. Thank you. Oh yeah, I regret talking to big mouths who just tell everybody things, yeah. But I don't really cry over it. Oh. Fun isn't contingent on having kids, dude. Gotta understand balance. That's why like some people can also opt out of it. Like I even thought about like opting out of having kids, because I think one of my worst fears is ever causing generational trauma on my children. Like the idea that you can traumatize a child, it sounds very scary. Like the idea of traumatizing a child, oh my god, that sounds terrifying, guys. Thoughts on prenups? I don't know how I feel about prenups. I mean, I think I would only agree to it if like, I don't know. Only if I had like my own money and stuff. Which technically I think I'd be okay, but as long as they would put that money for the kid, then that's all I would care about. But if they were the type of person, what, it's pretty easy to not traumatize a child. No, I feel like people don't think about that though. They're not equipped. Like you can accidentally traumatize them or something if you don't work on yourself. So that's why it's so important to work on yourself. I feel like I wouldn't traumatize a child, but then sometimes I think about like sometimes, I don't know, even when I'm hanging out with baby Leo, Like, he's very drawn to me, but then sometimes I get impatient with him, and I'll go like, play right now, and like, what if he starts crying and like it's so sad about it? I'll be like, I would hate myself. Maybe I'm empathetic. Maybe I'm too empathetic. No, but I think it's good to like let kids be like kids, you know? He'll live. I know, but it's like, I don't know. I feel bad. Like, sometimes I'll get so sad because he like worries about things he shouldn't be worrying about at such a young age. I love him, and I hope that when he's with me, I'm like the best bigger sister ever. I think I'm just emotional right now. I'm trying to cover it up with my beauty blender. Yeah, tough love is okay sometimes, but as long as it's not like abusive or anything. Thank you, Sways, for the 1 bit. Yeah, I love my brother. I feel bad for like ever moving out because I feel like I didn't spend enough time with him. And honestly, I need to spend more time with like my sisters, and I hope that like I make them happy. And I hope I make them proud. Oh, I'm crying, sorry. It shouldn't be different for boys though. I feel like boys deserve like a happy, safe place too. They shouldn't always be met with like tough love. They should be loved too. Cause you know, he told me this thing where he was like, and it made me cry. I was like crying. He was like, he wished he had a job so he can make money, like, and I was like, you shouldn't even be worrying about that. You're literally a child. Like, you're so, oh my god. You know what I mean? But it was like the most wholesome thing. Like, he wanted to help his parents out, you know, because they don't have everything figured out. But that's what I mean, guys. Like, he's so cute. He like wants to get a job and he's only like 8 years old. But like, he shouldn't be worried about that, you know? But I told him, I was like, when you're 18, you're gonna be able to get so much money when you're 18, you know? And everything will be okay. You know, even 16, I told him, even 16, you can be 16 and you can... But yeah, I'm just hoping that, like, he'll be a great adult because of the tough times. Yeah, but I also think he just doesn't deserve to go through that, you know? His school would probably never let him sell snacks or anything. But maybe I've been teaching him, like... I think he'd be a great creator. I think he'd be a great live streamer. He's very funny. He has very good personality. You know what I mean? And I'm like, and he'll be on my streams, and I feel like low-key, he's got a lot of potential. They took Fortnite away from him, though. Missed opportunity. He could have been a Fortnite god. You know what I mean? Pro gamer, exactly. He'll be a great adult. Yeah, true. Thank you, Prodigy Beats, for the 20 pounds. How much money is that? Oh my god, thank you. Don't feel bad for me. Like, everything's okay with me, obviously, but he's just like very like, yeah, he's like young, but he's very lucky to have so many amazing siblings that like wanna, you know what I mean, like be there for him. So he'll eventually, you know, probably be just as like successful as all of us as well, hopefully one day. I can imagine you being very emotional sending your kid to school. Oh yeah, probably. To be fair, most kids nowadays have a good personality, then life happens. Yeah. Are we gooping? Yeah, we're about to get into gooping, but I'm just finishing my makeup. If he's got clothes, food, and roof over heads, he should be good. Yeah, but sometimes I'm like, ugh. I'm the kind of person, like, if I were to ever have kids, like, I just hope to give my kids the entire world. Because that's what they deserve, you know? They deserve the entire world and more. Who would ever want to harm them, you know? They're just so cute and, like, they should be protected at all costs, you know what I mean? They should be protected! Maybe my phone. But I'm okay, guys. Don't worry about me. Yeah, I'm not saying you should always be super permissive. There's a difference between being abusive to your kid and then disciplining your kids, you know? You have to find a good middle ground where you are reliable, but you push them to be independent too. I don't think kids become ungrateful when they're spoiled. I feel like you should just be mindful of how you spoil them. Like, don't get them used to pushing you around, obviously. But you should do like a balance of both. So like instead of calling them ungrateful and stuff, you should be like, okay, if you're gonna spend money on them, spend money on things that they can do to be independent. So like, for example, if they want to be like a famous piano player that gets piano gigs, put them into piano lessons, you know? And then if I were rich, that's what I would do. If I was like a rich parent, I would put them into things that I feel like would help their life. And then give them some allowance to do what they want to do. But it would just be, obviously the balance would be focus on your priorities, like piano class or school. And then the rest will go, you know, have a little bit for fun. But I'm 26 and a single father. I spoil my kids low, but they also understand things aren't free and they have to earn them. Exactly, and it's like when you find that good medium of spoiling them and then also like, you know what I mean, and then also telling them they need to earn stuff and be hardworking, you know? I thought you had a pillow fort back there? No, it's my bed. It's also like having a cat. Whenever people say they would like never buy certain things for their kids, I think of somebody who will only feed their pet when it's convenient for them or something. That's so sad. You know what I mean? Anyway, so what was I gonna say? I was gonna say What age does allowance really matter? I want them to eat the lunches I make for them. Yeah, you can do that, and then you can give them some money for snacks, but it doesn't have to be a lot. Like my dad would sometimes give us like $1 or $2 for snacks. My mom would be like, my mom would not. She'd be like, she'd just throw me in there. Like, you would give me $1. I'm like, yeah, okay. But you know, not everybody in life is perfect. So, although I've been in my life, and a lot of the reason I think I dealt with the things I dealt with was because my parents didn't always have the best upbringing either. And yeah, compassion is understanding that hurt people hurt people. And even though you endured that, it's probably because they endured far worse. Because that, if you look at like videos with childhood trauma, it's like, it shows like a bottle of dirty water, and then it shows like a filter, and then pouring it into another water, and then it's like less dirty water, and then the last bowl is your children, and then it's another filter where generational trauma will still seep through the filter, but it's less each year that goes by. And so how child or whatever generational trauma works is usually the parents endure the worst of the worst, and then it gets a little filtered as you go, and a little filtered as you go. Yeah. And sometimes people just don't have the resources, you know, to get the healing, you know, that they need. You know what I mean? And so while I think that they sometimes were abusive and, you know, neglectful, I feel as if I feel sympathy for people that way, that had to resort to being abusive to raise kids. Sometimes I feel a little bit like, dang, like they probably went to really worse if that's how they're treating their children, you know? But it's not to justify their actions or anything. It's just to kind of understand why they do it in the first place. Just so we can understand how we can break the cycle, you know? And I think one really good step that really helped was my mom went to therapy for the first time at 40 something years old. That was the first time she ever apologized to me and apologized to my sisters. You know? But honestly, apologies don't fix everything. You know, so it's definitely very interesting, and I mean, I'm sure like my parents love me, but I also think real love is shown with actions, and I feel like people need to start being more accountable for their actions if they want their kids to like remain in their life. Because you can't just, you know what I mean? You can't just do that. Anyway, sorry, I know I got a little deep there and I started crying, but we're gonna play some Arquados now. Appreciate you for opening up. Yeah, I probably shouldn't get too personal on here, sorry. But hopefully other people can relate and don't feel as alone or whatever. But I probably shouldn't trauma dump. My bad. Should be the biggest motivation to not be a piece of shit. Exactly. Exactly. This big old bum my head. Oh my god. There we go. Anyway, I'm done with my makeup, I think. Step 1 is self-acknowledgement, because denial is one hell of a thing nowadays. True. That is so true. We're all human with emotions. We feel you. Thank you. This is art grade. Okay, let's get into the games. I know I've been kind of like waiting a bit. Sorry. Make me a sandwich. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Blocked. Is he blocked for you guys? Because I blocked him and it disappeared. But for some reason, I think it's glitched. So you guys can still see their message. But I literally blocked them. So they're not allowed to type anymore. Okay, how do I level up my workbench? I need eat my salad because I am very hungry right now. Yeah, right now. Yeah, I'm good. Guys, what is going on in chat right now? I was gonna ask you, when are you gonna join the Partner Plus program, because I've been in the tier 3 sub for like 6 months now. Dang! Yeah, I think what happens is, so I think it says, where does it say? It should say by the goals and stuff if you're on PC. It should say on my channel, like where the goals are. Let me see if I can find it. By a woman though is crazy. Don't doubt Hispanic mothers. They are a different level. Okay, do not doubt their capability of abuse. Okay, don't ever doubt them. They are very strong. Okay, guys. So where we're at right now is 36 out of 100. There it is, guys. How eligibility works. I one time got it. But I think because like I think I got knocked out of it because we didn't get as many subs. Yeah. I am reading chat. Let's ride. So look, this is what we need. We've got 36. Hey, that's not too bad. Let's take a screenshot of this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, those are individual subs, not gifted. So basically that's how it works. Thank you for all the likes on the live, by the way. Tap your screen to get us a 10k like, guys. And thank you, Joe Jesse, for the gifts as well. Thank you, everybody who gifted me. Don't gift out of sympathy. In terms of financials, guys, I'm vibing right now. Okay? So don't worry about me. I'm just more concerned about like my siblings. Even though I've been traumatized as a child, I'm doing relatively well for myself, surprisingly. I'm doing okay. I could be doing better, but I'm grateful for all that I have. Very grateful. Even if it's not a lot, you know? 'Cause we are... I don't know. 'Cause I'm vibing. Yesterday we got to Gaming Rankings number 10. So, that's pretty fucking darn good. Just got done playing Late Bed Wars with a friend who took the game a little too seriously. I mean, I did rage bait, but I said GG's, but she was still not having it. Uh-oh. Oh. That's not good. You said something. Uh-oh. Or, I don't know, that sounds not good. Video games just ain't that. I think everyone's different. Some people don't know how to control their code. And not the best. No, this is not a recording. Hello?
Muzzle break 3.
Hello?
Closed for the season, Raider. It's a good day for picking
What the-
candleberries, but do beware of frostbite.
Why's my sense so high?
Who's leaving?
But like I'm vibing though. I get to play Arc Raiders and I love Arc Raiders right now. It's so much fun. Thank you for the clapping seal, Sitter. People in chat, can you see my messages? Yes. Mr. Andre is here to ban everybody. That is mean to me. Hello? Do you do party invites? Not at the moment, guys. I don't do viewer games because... Well, I shouldn't explain it. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. If you get what I'm picking up on, they think that this is EPAL. Okay? They think they can pick up e-girls. I'm not an e-girl, but... Well, am I an e-girl? I don't know. I feel like e-girl's kind of degrading, though. Is that degrading? Where's my team? Anyway, I think that's why I like video games so much, because I feel like video games growing up was like one of the things that was an escape for me. And I remember growing up, watching a lot of creators, and that's what initially got me into content creation. Because a lot of the times when I would watch other creators and see them do crazy fun things, it would help me take my mind off of anything that would go wrong in my life. And that's what made me so inspired to become a creator. Because I hope to be people's positivity in some ways. Maybe I'm negative sometimes, but I feel like sometimes I make people laugh, right? Oh my god! Okay, I fell. Good night, Angelo. Sleep well. For me, it feels like it's 6 in the morning. I opened that thing just to fall, bro. Why don't you go back up? Yeah, that's why I started content creation, because it was a good distraction, and I also thought it was like the coolest thing to make money playing video games. I was like, dang, people make money playing video games? I've been playing video games for free my entire life! And then I was like, dang, you could play money, you could do, oh my god, oh my god. I was like, dang, you get money playing video games? That's so cool. Obviously, it's a lot more complicated than that, right? It's not as simple as I'm describing it to be, but it's definitely worth it if you put yourself out there enough. Almost 5 a.m. for you? Oh my god, hi Lewis. And I think putting yourself out there is pretty cool, and like, I think, like, I even thought, guys, because I just watched Stranger Things, I was just feeling inspired. I was like, dang, I want to be an actress now. So I might take acting classes, guys. You don't sell your soul? What? I did not sell my soul. It's also a big misconception. I feel like people always say others have sold their soul. Maybe the top successful people, maybe, but... Guys, I would not sell my soul. I'm just here to play the game. You know what I mean? Don't sell your soul, guys. It's bad. Yeah, like, I just hope to entertain and make a positive impact any way I can. That would be the cool ideal. Ooh, we're gonna see Justin in Stranger Things. That'd be cool, right? Like, being an actress would be so cool. And it's in my mood board. It was on my vision board last year, and I didn't go to a single acting. Oh, okay, no, I went to one acting class.
Head home at the Cliffside Air Shaft. Let's go to checkpoint.
We should go to checkpoint, guys. You wanna go to checkpoint? Sold my sold. I'm rich now. What? I don't have anyone offering to buy my soul. Yeah, literally. Would you rather be an actress or a voice actor? I'd rather be an actress because I feel like physically, I mean, I'm a pretty girl and I feel like I could blow up maybe if I was showing my face, because I feel like when your face card is fire, that means you probably have more acting opportunities. And I feel like putting my face out there would be good, because if you have a good face card and stuff, you might be more successful. But voice actress would be cool too. I just think, like, I'm not really insecure about my look, so I feel like it wouldn't be that big of an issue to... Thank you for the cheer, Leslie. I think it would be a missed opportunity if I never post... Oh god, oh god, oh god. Maybe a missed opportunity if I didn't show my face, because I feel like when you have a nice face card, you should take advantage of it, you know? I mean, not like in a weird way, like more so in a way that's like you're just like, you know, if you would get more opportunities by like putting them on there, you should just do it that way. What do you guys? I don't know. This Rocketeer won't leave me alone. Oh my god! Oh wow. I'm a moderate gamer. Should I become a moderate as well? I mean, yeah, you should. If you feel like it's something you would like, you should definitely give it a shot. It's very hard to be successful, but I feel like I get away with a lot because I have a good face card. Pretty privilege is very real, you know? I'm not even gonna deny it, guys. When you have a lethal face card and you're not trying to become an influencer, you need to, because you just need to, like, you know what I mean? But let's say you can't rely on your face card. Let's say you still want to be a creator and you don't have a face card. I mean, there's people that are literally the funniest people, like, they're like super good at comedy and stuff. Oh my god. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, checkpoint. Looks like it's a little...
I think you should still do it regardless. You could always be a VTuber if you don't want to show your face. I thought about becoming a VTuber too. Even though I'm already a flesh tuber. Is this the girl that can't pronounce woman? Bro, what do you mean? I'm pronouncing it right. Woman. Woman. Woman? Woman? Because when you're describing woman in general, like a group of women, you say woman. When you're describing a woman, you're describing one woman. It sounds the same in my head. Woman and woman. Flesh tuber sounds horrific. That's what they call people who are IRL. I've been to Dallas, not Houston. One time I went to Dallas for an event, but it was all right. You know, when you just said flesh tuber, what did you guys think about that? What's so wrong with saying flesh tuber? Why do people always give a crazy reaction when I say that? I thought that was a common term used amongst flesh tubers. Flesh tuber is either a meaty potato or a tube of meat. Either sounds freaky deaky. What? I never think of freaky things when I say flesh. I think of a person who's a tuber, like they do YouTube, and they're flesh. So that means they are a person that shows their flesh, their face. Isn't that what flesh tuber means? No wonder why people always react weird when I say that, because y'all are thinking weird things. Oh my god. Pack it up. I feel like girls never think like that. So when I say something like that, I'm thinking of like a person. Like VTuber, flesh tuber, two different things. Not supposed to be a dirty joke. It's supposed to be like just describing something in a wholesome way. This pimp on my forehead freaking hurts. It's a bombardier.
A bastion.
Oh, it's a
in there.
bastion. Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Guys, there's a team on me! Guys, there's a team on me! There's a team! Bastion, get him!
Warning. Here. Warning. There. By the tunnel. Look up. Danger. Watch out overhead. Look up. Danger.
What the hell? My favorite voice actor has become my new favorite video game Marvel's player. His name is Alex Lee, and his personality makes me want to be a funny man who plays video games online. Oh, okay. Yeah, then maybe you should try it. You never know. You never know what you can learn, you can do if you don't try. Because instead of having a lack mindset of like, well, what if it doesn't work? And it probably won't work in some ways. What are you gonna do if it does? You're gonna be like, yeah, I knew I always had it in me. I knew I always had it in me to be a nice, successful actress or a nice streamer or whatever. You just gotta believe in yourself. Jessica Flesh 249. Flesh tuber? It does sound weird now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, Night Raid in Stellamontis. Wait, we should do predictions, guys. Are we lagging? Also, let me know if we're lagging. My bones hurt from yesterday. I danced too much yesterday. Can we play together? I don't play with viewers in the moment. Sorry, chat. Thank you for the roses. No lag so far? A tuber? Anyway, good night, Jessica. Stay awesome. Thank you. Now that Mr. Andre's prowling the stream, nobody can run free with being weirdo
Have your
freaks
eyes
in the chat.
adjusted to the dark yet, Raider?
I was in this other girl's chat and she gets really sexualized, like so bad. And when I was watching her stream, I was like low-key, dang, so this must mean I'm a baddie, right? And I was like, dang, I didn't really know I was a baddie like that. Like, I knew I was like pretty or whatever, but like, I don't know I was a baddie like that. You know what I mean? I mean, to be fair though, the guys are pretty easy, but I didn't know I was a baddie like that because she deals with the same type of harassment I deal with. But she has her mods, and it's so funny. She has her mods, like, they say funny, like, insults to the guys that are weird. And I think it's the funniest thing. You guys should start doing that. Actually, no, you don't have to do that, but I think it's funny. Because then they'll even, like, some of the guys that get banned, they'll tell the mods, they'll be like,
Oh, you're just a white knight or something. It's like,
bruh. Telling men that they're white knights is such copium. You're just mad that you can't harass women on a daily basis. Like, just say that. You know what I mean? It doesn't make you a white knight for being a human, like, being decent to other women who are human beings. You know what I mean? It's just not good to sexually harass people. It's not good, even if you're a girl, it's not good to sexually harass people. Do that. One time I was cooking and this one viewer of mine, like, I would just like jokingly say, like as a joke, because like, I mean, I technically, like, I think girls are cool too. Like, I don't know, I've never dated a girl before, but I am bi-curious. But I've mainly dated men throughout my life. But like, I just still don't think just because I say that doesn't mean that you should start like harassing me sexually, you know? And you would think that women understand that too, but some people don't. And I think it's not even about whether or not they're a man or woman. It's just some people are weird. Like, they think that it's like Riz or something. I don't think it's Riz. You know what Riz is? Riz is giving me $100 now. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Watch out at that door.
If you said $100, I'm not guaranteeing anything though. I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling around. Please don't take it serious.
I'm on the floor below you guys. You wanna go
Oops.
over there? You wanna go down?
Wait, there's somebody. But I was like baking, and then she was like talking about how I look attractive, and I was like, "Urgh." I mean, I like girls are cool, but like, it's just weird coming from them too, you know? Like, I'm just like weirded out.
Watch out. Down there.
What the fuck?
Danger in that door.
You got
And
one?
then so I saw this girl's chat, and the mods were being like really, they were being like, really funny to the pervs and stuff. W sheepdog, so.
There's one right here. You have to get to me.
Stand out your ammo burner. Danger. Danger. There.
What kind of gun does he have?
How did I miss that? Got one, that's two.
You want a piece of me? Okay, let me grab. Oh wait, do I need more heals? Move in, boys.
Danger. Raider, over there.
Dang it, I have like nothing. What are we talking about? Oh, I was just talking about harassment.
Let's go. I was just getting shot at from across the way there. Like, over here. Oh yeah, there's this thing.
And like that, even if a girl says like something like, it doesn't mean like you should start being weird like that. Some people are a little weird like that. And you think it's okay to like harass people, but it's important to have like social cues and understand like some people. Whoa, get some goop!
Oh,
I
there's
didn't
two,
see
three
this.
right here. All three of them right here stacked to top. They're low.
Up here.
He's getting the rest
Watch
right
out.
there.
A raider. Up here. Raider, there.
There. Just got his teammate up.
Raider.
Where's my bandages?
Get me up, get me up. You got defense? Ah.
Oh no, my teammates are dying, guys, because I can't pick up these stupid bandages, bruh. Is it worth getting back at someone if they cheat on you? Hell no. They can't. If they cheat on you, I mean they don't love you. I'm a bad teammate, bro.
Over here. Look, there.
Where's he shooting from? I can't see him. The arc cells can recharge your shields. What? This one? Oh, I did not know that. Oh my god, how did you know that? What's this? Turbo bump. If she does it once, she'll do it again. Exactly. That's okay. Save yourself. Save yourself. It's okay. Okay, that's Stelamontis for ya. Actually, well, because I'm gonna feel weird as fuck going back with an intention of getting her number and not being there for food. Wait, what? What? What just happened? Thank you. Thank you, Lang. Is your name Lang? Thank you for the roses and the 2026 gifts. I always get confused when people have X in their name. Long Lang? A few items in the game have a hidden issue. Oh, hidden issue. Hidden usage. Morning, Alec. Oh my god! Thank you for the GG keys. Thank you. Wow, That was a huge gift, I think, right? I screen recorded that scare. Jump on accident. Wait, what? What jump scare? Where? I need to go back to Salamantis and I need to lock in everybody. Jay, thank you for the crystal crown. My soundboard is not working right now. Hello? Everybody spam W's in the chat for Jay. Thank you for the crystal crown, Jay. Huge gift. And Omega with the GG keys on YouTube. Thank you. W gifters, guys. W's in the chat for the gifters, guys. Nani? Baka. That's how you know that someone watches the anime. Baka. Buried City, where is that? No, literally. But also 5 AM that scared the junk out of me. What? What jump scare? Sorry, I don't have any alerts for my gifts, guys, on YouTube. But, okay, let's do another one. Oh, we need to do predictions too, huh? What just happened? And thank you guys so much for all the subs yesterday. We had so many freaking subs. It was ridiculous how many subs we had. I don't know how we had so many. Oop. Where's my sub goal? Behind you. Oh, it's gone. Do we like this camera placement? I already got Stella keys. It's all good, Rim. I'm not looking for any duo right now, guys. Thank you for the offers. Some people want to sell me illegal blueprints, and I'm not. You gotta have integrity in this game. You know what I mean? Thank you, Omega, for the high five gift. Snack'em's just 49. You're right. I do be snacking. I'm just hungry. What can I say?
Over here.
What's going on over there? Are you guys good? Bro, he fell to the ground. Oh shit, I'm on fire! Oh shit! Where did the ball come from?
Over there.
Let him cook.
I'm not gonna lie, that fireball came out of nowhere. Thank you, kind sir. Oh, we're so cooked.
I'm getting you in at the moment, safe.
Oh my god. Homie died with all my loot.
Up there.
I got a zip line. Should I go help him? I just don't have any health though, that's the problem. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh!
I found a single deal right there in that
Danger
room.
up there. Danger. Down here.
We're alive. That was a close
He's in
one.
that room right there. He's in that room.
I'm a weak youngin'. I am just but a weary scavenger. I don't look to be violent. I didn't even stand a chance. I had 5 health in a dream.
What can she run to, bro?
Okay. New prediction, everybody.
They can't hear me. Nothing safe in a good step here.
Evil Roomba. Omega, thank you for the... What is that? Goat trophy. Oh my god, the YouTube gifts are so cute. Guys, the YouTube gifts are so cute, huh? I need to stream on YouTube for the rest of my life, guys. The image is smaller in reverse? You want me to make it bigger? Have 6 health and a dream. Okay, we're gonna run another freeloading. See if we get lucky. I like the night raids because apparently there's really good loot. More emphasis on the chat. I guess so if you're watching on mobile. But if you're like watching on like PC, I feel like it's a pretty even experience. Thank you, Omega, for the goat trophy. How much coins is that? Ew, 1,000 diamonds? My gosh. Or 1,000 jewels. They call them jewels on YouTube, guys. So instead of diamonds like on TikTok, it's jewels. That's cool. I didn't know that. Thank you for the happy poop, Omega. How much is that happy poop list? 10 jewels. Which one's the biggest one? Disco party. Oh, that one looks expensive. Don't buy that one. I should get alerts for my gifts on YouTube.
They're here in this room. They're right outside it.
Are you okay? What's going on out there?
Right here. Right up there.
I'm coming. The shredder.
Over there.
Oh, that was a Pharaoh. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get another weapon.
Wait, where are they?
Heads up.
They're right out here.
Danger
Okay.
close by.
I'm here.
Danger at that loot spot. Over
south.
there.
You hear 'em?
Heads up.
They're in that room, I think.
Over there.
I don't fucking know. Let me know if you guys got the eyes marked.
There's just a shredder out there. We gotta be careful.
Danger. There.
Uh-oh. Reinstall the game? One of my files are corrupted? Oh my god. I think I got DDoSed. Just kidding. No! I think we're cooked. Boy, no way. Ain't no way, guys. What happened? At least it was a free loadout, but still, what happened to my game? This is about to piss me off. Oh my god, it's about to piss me off. Your art graders crashes on PS5 all the time? No way. Is this game cooked, chat? Is this game cooked? What are we gonna do? Maybe a hacker crashed my game, guys. I'm preloading the shaders? What do you mean preloading the shaders? Reconnect. Guys, my game crashed. Are you guys okay? I'm back. Corrupted install? I don't care.
I'm crawling to the guy hiding right up here.
Oh, brother, my arthritis is cooked. Out of my— oh! Shit! I can't see my loot! I gotta go!
Right here.
No! I gotta go! I gotta go! Bad me! Oh!
There's two right here.
I can't see my loot anymore.
There are two in this room. I'm making sure they don't come out. There's one out there with you guys. I'm gonna bring a shredder to them.
Guys, my game's kind of low-key cooked. Do you need some heals?
Yeah, I need heals actually.
Oh, come here. Oh no. They got a house! No!
Sorry, I'm trying to get the shredder into him.
Herbal bandage? My game is so cooked, guys. Why does my game look like this? Where did Victor go? Oh no! Oops, I'm running too much. Sorry. I hear something. I think they're coming down the stairs. I think they're coming down. Ah! Ice grenade! Yeah, he's on fire! Yeah, he's on fire! Yeah! I turn around and he's right there. I turn around and he's right there on my asshole. Sorry. Okay, let me reinstall my game because it's telling me my game is corrupted. Alright. My files are corrupted. 128 hours, guys. Properties. Verifying the integrity of my files. I got one. Playing Ark on the Switch. 30 FPS. PS2 graphics, I'm dead. Well, that game didn't turn out as planned. Okay, we get the next one, right guys? Once I interrogate my files. Interrogate. What? Interrogate my files. I want to listen to copyright music so bad. But I can't because this VOD is going up on YouTube. I got a 4070 Ti. And one files failed to validate and B will be reacquired. What? What do you mean? What does this mean, guys? Does this mean I need to update my drivers? Hold on. Let's see if I need to update my drivers. Is this the corporate? Okay, I'm gonna install this real quick. If my PC crashes, that's okay. I'll be right back once it crashes, okay? Make sure to drop a follow before my PC crashes. Okay? I think that's the culprit. I'm updating my graphics card. Everybody drop a follow. Thank you, Zadis, for the heart me before my stream crashes and I have to reset my PC. What happened to my files? Are they just not integrated? What's going on? Let's try verifying them again. Can I do this? Or do I have to update my drivers? Updating driver on live is funny? I'm pretty sure it'll just crash my PC. That's about all that it will do. It's because if I don't do it now, I'm not going to do it later. Omega! Thank you for the member subscription on YouTube. Thank you! Thank you! You stream and update your driver at the same time? It's just gonna restart my PC. That's all that it's gonna do. It should be fine. I've streamed and updated my drivers before. It will just tell me to restart my PC stream. Or sorry, not my stream, my PC, and then if I restart, I can come back. It'll just pause my live for like a little bit, and then I'll come back. But you just have to go to my page and then press subscribe or follow, whatever the button is. And I'll just have to reset it and then come back once it's done updating. How long is this gonna take? Maybe if I wasn't streaming, it would take like a shorter amount of time, right? What do you guys think? It's going pretty fast, right? Oh my gosh. Turn on follow and yeah, you get some emotes on YouTube. I think, right, Omega? Try out the emotes. for us, Omega. It's gonna take years. Why are we goop maxing and not rage baiting? Because goop maxing is more fun, but rage baiting can be fun too. I don't know. Try out the emotes. What emotes do you even get? Don't you get member special emotes? I thought you get special ones when you're a member. Oh yeah, you get those cute, he gets a wingman and he gets a cat one. What else do you get? It's like just like a member only, I think. Dang it. This is taking a while. Jessica is currently updating her drivers. She will return momentarily. Hi, well, yo, Bound. Thank you for the Harvey J. It's gonna make me restart my PC. Dang it. I hate that I always need to reinstall new freaking drivers every year.